And also, way back at the beginning, GIC. I don't know if you're still here. If you are, you requested a dwarf. Twitch chat has voted to allow you to have a dwarf. Kid Toro, you get a dwarf. You were the first person to type in 3 smiley face emojis. Well, they look like smiley face emojis, even though they're not actually smiling. 3 cringe face emojis. We'll go with it. So, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? And would you like a kid? And, GIC, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? So, I'm going to do this now. And then you're not going to hear my voice for a second, but I'm going to do this as well. And let's hope whatever, you know, made the stream cease for a second doesn't happen again. They are also doing construction outside, so maybe somebody, like, bumped the wrong cable with the backhoe or something. Wouldn't that be funny? It's like, internet cut by construction. Well, shit. Anyway, so today, the plan is pretty simple. I don't particularly find that joke funny, Duo Shrike. So consider your humor a little bit harsher before you make jokes like that again, yeah? You want a dwarf without a beard, so no one child. I mean, lady dwarves don't have beards, my friend. So 2 dwarves with beards in the happy sector. Can do. And thanks for the $5, J24B. Hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for the super chat? And also, I realized there was literally just a super chat, but I'm going to plop in a goal for the algorithm. So, plan for today is we're going to stream Dwarf Fortress until about 3 p.m. Pacific time. Currently, it is 10 a.m. Pacific time. After 3 p.m. Pacific time, I'm going to be playing some Star Sector. Now, I originally bought Star Sector in 2013 according to my email, because that is where my key is to download Star Sector. Back when it was called Starfarer, as far as I can tell. Now, I haven't played that game in like over 2 years, so I'm calling it first time, even though technically it's not first time, but it is technically first time, because that game's changed a lot. So that's the plan for today, is we're going to play some dwarfs, and everybody's going to go, ooh, you're so good at this video game. And then we're going to switch to Star Sector, and everybody's going to go, holy shit, he's new at this video game. And I expect you guys to explain what the fuck I do. I know enough about it that you don't need to worry about redacting stuff, though. I will say that, Mary Crotty, because I do have a friend who streams it quite a bit, and I lurk in his streams quite a lot. So I do know, like, you know, about the AI cores and all that. But I just don't know how to play the game mechanically at all, if that makes any sense. So anyway, let's dwarfs first. So Headpunch Fortress, for those of you who've missed it, is a mega build project, which I don't often embark on because people tend to get bored of them. But I'm building an arena to make monsters fight demons. We don't have demons yet. We don't have an arena yet. I do have monsters. And probably need more monsters. I've also built a fully automatic lava launcher, which is currently setting itself on fire, which is fine. I just need a smarter drainage setup for my... Don't worry about it. So this is currently setting itself on fire, which isn't optimal. But we also, I think, just had a Forgotten Beast arrive, which I don't think can get into the fortress. Do I have one? Yes, it's Mutt. So this thing can get into the fortress. We got Mutt. We've also got this thing down here, Omethu, which currently I don't think can get into the fortress, which is the Hollow Lobster. And where was my other thing? Oh, yeah, right. Up here, Belug died. Not Belug in the fort, but other Belug. This was a diplomat, and it was one of my dwarves from a previous fort. And he fought valiantly, because he was a legendary combat dwarf. And I think like all of these dead goblins up here were killed by this dwarf before he died, including like these 2 humans. So like dude did well before he died. But unfortunately did pass away. We are the capital. We do have the king and queen. Phycod the glassmaker was found dead. Right, yeah, because while the fighting started out, this zombie dwarven criminal went berserk and murdered this dwarf. So we're gonna need to go kill you. Is something that's gonna happen. What else? There's a lot going on. Also, the named living dwarves currently in the fortress are Corpseman, YouTube, Bastet, Kartoch, Pineapple, and Greg and Then Some, as well as Josh the Second and Bones Jonesy. We also have Belug, not to be confused with the one that died. That's a different Belug. Dodge This. We've got Sideburns. We've got Bismuth. We've got CEJ 100. We've got Humanoid Troll. And we've got Flaccid Yam, who is our Duke. We also have Queen Dusim and Hilmar and Ilmirin II and Lightning Roger, Blue Ice, as well as Origin 64. Inner Bunny and For the Horde II. We also have Random Baron Consort and Sharpshooter, Q and Green Tea, Mass Morass, Wolfist Wolf, Keyfry, Bone Doll II, and who else is still alive? Matherick, George II, Leo R. We've got Nate and Journey, as well as No Food 36, and Nestor, as well as Justin TV. We've got Rykley II. We've got Forest Owner. And as I scroll down, we also have the Betchlader, or Tim Betchlader. We've got Clockwork II and Logic No, Red Fogle. And Shy Pandemonium, Swaggin, Anon 4, V, Alluri, Donut, Ivara, Zalvi II, Flame Thief, Spitalier, Snail II, Bioactive, Tapioke, seems like Bioactive just grew up too, Bioactive, Tapioke, and Magokome, and Believer Grim, and Metholic II. I don't think you can look up the world generation parameters after you click generate. But if you set them to, like, if you use the default ones, then those are very consistent. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know where world seeds are. So maybe I'm a bad, somebody in chat might know more about that stuff. And if you did custom world gen, you would have had to save it, I think. So first happy bearded dwarf go to GIC. And GIC is a novice mace dwarf and grandmaster planter. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy countrymen, and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. He tends to reveal personal information and does not go out of his way to help others. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he has a calm demeanor. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is quite ambitious. Generally, he acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this, as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. He tends to avoid crowds, and he can handle stress. He occasionally overindulges, I'm putting you in the military, by the way, and isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and tells pointless stories when he's nervous. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and sees competition as reasonably important, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Like silver and topaz, as well as giant Cody leather, the color dark tan, picks, and male shirts, and large gems, goblets, and kangaroos for their pouches, and the words of the fortuitous pregnancy, and prefers to consume black bear and herring and single grain wheat beer, and hates leeches. He's a member of the sect of Amethyst. He worships Burr, the god of wealth, and is friends with the Dr. Rith. Welcome to the fort. And I'm going to give you a squad. Just going to give you a squad. Just a metal armor squad. The Waves of Diamond. Let's call this the Boots. Would it be mean to say that you're running with the hatchet? Man, the fact that armed isn't a word kind of hurts me. Just want to name a squad the Armed. Chat, Raging Cave would like to name themselves. They want to be a beekeeper, yes or no? Let's call you the Carmine Hatchet. I'll be you. Next up, Happy Dwarf goes to Kid Torori. Also wants a bearded dwarf. So nobody's really used this command in a while, so I have to re-explain it to Twitch chat. In order for someone to be able to nominate themselves, they have to be a tier 2 subscriber to be able to use the command that Raging Cave just used. But in order for that command to go through, there needs to be a response from Twitch chat. So you guys have to say yes or no. Do we permit them to name themselves and be a beekeeper? I don't have any bees, so I don't know what you're going to keep, but I can give you somebody with a beekeeping job. Over here, a kid gets the siege engineer, and who has an active sense of humor, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Lives a fast-paced life and is a friendly individual, and it does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this for more than one. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and likes to brawl. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and does not go out of his way to help others. He's slow to anger and often feels lustful. And he is assertive and starts to stutter when he's angry. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. He likes gold and trifle pewter, as well as onyx and frill shark leather and skunk bone, as well as backpacks and lungfish for their gulping, and the sound of the laces of silk, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume horse cheese and dwarven wine, and can't stand slugs. Also, Kitsumi, I just have to say thank you very much for the Prime sub. That is the first notification of money in the Twitch chat today. Congratulations, you're number 1. Appreciate you. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for that? What else do I have? Personally finds that the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, has deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes native gold and trifle pewter, as well as onyx and frill shark leather, skunk bone, backpacks, and lungfish, and for their gulping sound, and the laces of silk, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume horse cheese and dwarven wine, and can't stand slugs. Has a pet goose, and a lot of friends, actually. Like a whole lot of friends. So Raging Cave wants to be a beekeeper. Which one do you want? Raging Cave. We got Avuz, Vukar, and Uzul. The sleeping one. Word. Who's currently sleeping on... no, literally, are you going to bed? Is going to go sleep in the dormitory because you don't have a bedroom. Raging Cave, copper fastened, is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and often feels discouraged. As lives a fast-paced life and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something, and she tenses up when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't see the point of working hard, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She likes silver and billion and yellow diamond, as well as plum wood and gems and cabinets and crowns and ballista arrows, and guinea fowls for their social natures, and mountain gnomes for their ability to hold liquor. And when possible, prefers to consume giant moth and 2-grain wheat beer. and hates leeches. She has a broad body, and she is very frail. She worships Burr. She's friends with Wolfist Wolf at Etur. And she's an accomplished but rusty beekeeper. And she wants to practice a craft. Diamond, hello. Which one is Jason Statham? The one that you have to redeem to name Jason Statham. You could name a dwarf Jason Statham if you want. I won't stop you. Okay, so that needs to be dealt with. As for the beasts, I need to see if the doors are shut. I'm actually going to move F2 to right here. So that door is shut. That door is shut. Let's go through the beasts. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 beasts. And then down at the bottom here, we have a bunch of walls that are not finished yet. But I can finish these pretty quickly. And finishing these will allow me to catch another beast, hopefully. Let's just get all of this stuff done. There are more guests and visitors than actual citizens. I limit where guests and visitors can visit in the building settings pretty heavily in my forts. All right, so let's unpause the game and then figure out what I'm going to do with that zombie. I also have this that I need to make, but let's just deal with this zombie first. And by deal with this zombie, I mean line my soldiers up here and then open the door. Because they're currently running around and contemplating mischief. I'm going to just tell them to kill them because they did. This zombie did, in fact, kill one of my dwarves. Currently, they're just socializing, which is totally fine. And then Ficod. If Ficod there you are. All right, and the last thing I want to check is where... Okay, we are in fact locked in a burrow. So this is going to be a Furnace Operators Guild. Okay. Why don't I just plunk it down here? It's pretty convenient place to put it. So let's increase the priority on this. Eye for an eye, a dwarf for a dwarf. I'm also going to go up to here and plunk another lever down up here. I'm also going to dig most of this out and put in windows. Furnace operators. How do you limit visitors? If you go to your tavern or any public meeting zone, so tavern, temple, library, and you click on this button, there's 3 buttons up here. All visitors welcome, citizens and long-term residents only, or citizens only. I usually set most of them to citizens and long-term residents only, and I'm very cautious about what I allow all visitors into. Allowing all visitors can be useful because it allows people like outpost liaisons and other people of some semblance of importance to stay there. Kado Olan. However, I find that a lot of them are just there to cause trouble. And I'm not a big fan of that. I also need a bigger tomb for Belug. So we will give Belug a bigger tomb. But we're also going to do some more of these, as I have been. It's like, man, what's the noise in your walls? Oh, they're just installing more coffins. rough thing to hear in the Dwarven Fort. Maybe standard day in the Dwarven Fort, I don't know. Yep, that's an oopsie. All right, we'll let them do that for a little bit. First time SAR sector in 10 years later, yeah. All right. All right. All right, all right, all right. Most of your visitors are just for the purpose of eradicating monsters. That's not too bad. I mean, they can be useful, but they, in my experience, tend to cause more trouble than they are worth, usually. So while these guys are doing this is going to go to Belug. So I will get this one placed first, this tomb. Even though Belug is currently on the surface and not in the fortress, they were the diplomat with my faction, so we'll just do that first. So I will pause the game and just set this up as Belug's coffin. Oh, can I not do that? Mayhaps it's because Belug's body hasn't been found yet, so I will just delete that then. I don't know why there's a human in my caves, but apparently there's a human. And Mutt's killing them? Huh. Okay. Well then. I do not have a beekeeper with legendary military skills. I will tell you the same thing that I've told every single person who's ever decided that they're going to redeem a dwarf in this chat. If you are, like, exceptionally specific like that, I can almost guarantee you my response will be, well, I'm going to ignore the specifics of that. So if you're just like, I want a dwarf, but it has to have this skill and this skill, you're never going to get it. Because I'm not going to do that for you. Are you guys stuck? They shouldn't be. Is the feed color flickery? Chat, is the feed color flickery? I don't know what this means. Dulkin, what kind of dwarf do you want? An angry bearded dwarf. Okay. You get to be my doctor who's kind of pissed. Have you had a dwarf in this fort before? I need to know if I should name it the second or not, Dulkin. Well, I mean, you didn't get the redeem, so there's definitely no hurry, Armitage. That's all I have to say. Also, why does everybody like The Beekeeper? The Mechanic was a better movie. Come on. Okay, you haven't? Cool. Dulkin is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, never becomes angry, and never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is always tense and jittery and has an and has an overbearing personality. He seeks exciting and adventurous situations and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and could be considered rude. He has a greedy streak and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is somewhat quarrelsome, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He isn't particularly curious about the world and occasionally overindulges. He exhales sharply when he gets angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Well, then you don't need to talk about it every single minute of every single day, Armitage. Like, come up with something interesting to talk about. Instead of this self-flattery, presumptive success. The last few weeks, so you missed a lot of streams? Gotcha. Well, hopefully good busy and not bad busy, Dolkin. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. Finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't particularly respect commerce. So you're a human, I presume. Pardon my assumption here, John, but I presume that you're a human, right? Because you are a human, you need water. Dwarves are not human. They need alcohol. So humans are 70% water, dwarves are 70% alcohol. So they all need alcohol to get through the working day because that is a inherent trait of the species dwarf. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and doesn't really respect commerce. He likes Sylvite and Electrum and Clara Opal, as well as leather armor, backpacks, and figurines and cows for their haunting moos, and skinks. I lost my spot. And skinks for their colorful tongues, and goblin caps for their stunning color, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume char, guava wine, and purple amaranth leaves, and hates blood gnats. Well, because you're not really saying anything that I need to respond to, Harprandulu, so yes, I will ignore you. If you say something that I need to respond to, then sure. I mean, what have you said in my chat so far? I'm 35. I don't give a shit. Yes, hello. Sure. I would have said hello if I had seen that, but I hadn't. And then you said, are there any / dwarves that don't need alcohol to make it through the working day? Well, that's not what you said. I read the / and thought that was you. And then you just went :/:. Okay. And then you said, going to ignore me. No fucking shit. Say something of value and maybe I won't ignore you. Also, you're probably in an ad and missed all of this, and that makes this even better. His emerald eyes are narrow and his ears are extremely narrow. His hair is medium length and his sideburns are neatly combed. Welcome to the fort, Dulkin. You have one friend and you worship the god of death. Your nobles were never buried in those tombs. That's a bug. That's why it happens. It's a bug. You have to manually assign them to the tombs after they die. Because nobles specifically get unassigned from tombs. I don't know why. It is for the best, Herb. But yes, I will absolutely ignore you if you don't say anything of value. And you said nothing of value. New here. Hello, YouTube chatter. Rivera. You've been watching your tutorials. You can't see how to avoid all your dwarves going berserk and causing mass casualties. Well, you have to keep your dwarves happy. And that starts at the top. So if dwarves are going berserk and causing mass casualties, you're messing something up somewhere. I don't know what you're messing up. But you shouldn't need mist generators unless things are dire. So, sounds like your fort has some systemic issues that you need to solve from the top down. But thank you for the $5. I'm just going to time you out because you seem incapable of communicating like a person. Also, Pineapple, hello. It's good to see you. It's very simple to take part in a chat productively. And some people don't seem to understand that. That's all. You're trying to figure out how to use screw pumps. You can't seem to find anything about it online, Stanley. I have multiple tutorials, and there's a page on the wiki that's very useful. What are you trying to do with said screw pump? Water start on one side and go to other side. Either Dwarf can pump it or Mechanism can pump it. Although if Mechanism pump it, in order to make power transfer between it, you need to remove a space between layers so that power can go upwards. It's pretty simple, really. How do you get plants to brew? You never get what you need when gathering. If plants aren't brewing, and they're canceling immediately, like if you go here and you say, brew drink from plant, and then instead of it saying check mark, it just immediately disappears, hover over this and see why it canceled. This will tell, excuse me, this will tell you. It usually means one of two things. You don't have the right kind of plant, or alternatively, you don't have a storage vessel for said plant. You're probably out of barrels. It's usually the case. Now, screw pumps are one of the more complicated concepts to grasp, but once you've done them once, they're pretty simple. Like, it's a complicated concept because of the game's camera perspective, but mechanically, they're not that difficult. Where was I making that? Guild Hall. Down here. Like, on paper, screw pumps aren't difficult at all, but the first time you try to build them, yeah, they're kind of a lot. It's maybe the way I would describe it. And having dwarves get washed away, that's a preparation issue. You have no problems with manually pumping water then, but let's do copper bar floors, because I just got tons of copper. I'm going to use granite for this side. There's something rotten over there. Oh, is that one of my dwarves? Yeah, it looks like it. Crud. And also Monticore. Is this below here? Yes, it is. Which is a damn shame, because Monticore was a child. And then over here, that's Kib Kogun. You need to somewhat surround the pumps with walls. So if I grab a pump here real quick, I can give you a very short explanation of how pumps work. This is a unfinished pump. This portion of the pump on the end here acts as a wall, right? So if I build a wall here and a wall on the other side, it'll be walled in and it'll stay on this side. So if you want to make a pump and you just put a pump in the middle of nowhere, yeah, it'll flood everywhere and flood stuff. If you build a wall here and a wall here, it's not going to flood stuff. If you want to build them vertically and you want to power them manually using like a axle coming from some other external power source, when you build up a layer, I can click the right button. When you build up a layer, power transfers through the front of the pump, so the wall section. So when I go up, I want this space to be open and this one to be closed. Because the wall section, which is the part where what the water come out of, needs to be sitting on something solid. So if I put a floor piece here and then a little catching spot for the water and then place the second one right there, it'll all work. Does that make sense? And it'll transfer power vertically. That's kind of all there really is to know about pumps. Yeah, if you don't have anything blocking the edge of it, it will just flood everything. So be very cautious. Water go everywhere and water move quickly. Yeah, I mean, mechanics is one of the last things you should learn in the game, I would say. Also, Jay Rivera in the YouTube chat. In my Discord, there's a room called DF Help and Questions. Although at some point that may become a Matrix server instead of a Discord server. But there's a room called DF Help and Questions. If you join that room, post some screenshots of your fort where you think things are like getting messed up, and go ask some questions and see, like, maybe you can find some answers that way. But if you just say everybody's going berserk and killing each other, all I can presume is that you're messing up strange moods, at which point I would look into strange moods a little bit more. But aside from that, I don't really know. It's like playing chess and then going to somebody who plays chess and saying, I lost. I don't know how to answer that question for you. That is something you have to answer for yourself, unfortunately. Because, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. Because all that you said is all your dwarves are going berserk and causing mass casualties. Hundreds of things could cause that. So, it's kind of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress in a way, but also makes my job of answering that question exceptionally difficult. Especially when I have such small amounts of information as to what is actually going on in your fort. I mean, yeah, that too. I mean, the way I learned screw pumps back in the day, Greg and then some, is I literally made a brand new fort with 7 dwarves in it, and like just told them to gather stuff from the surface and sleep on the surface. And I just pumped stuff out of streams for a bit until I figured it out, and did some flooding, and then retired the fort. Can you make dungeons? Yes. You can also have a captain of the guard and interrogate people, but the only problem with that system right now is it's half finished and kind of busted in some ways. But yes, you can make dungeons. There is a dungeon zone, and if you have a captain of the guard, a dungeon zone, and chains or cages in the dungeon zone, and somebody commits a crime, you can convict them of the crime and lock them in the dungeon. And it will either make them happier or less happy, depending on the dwarf or character. You can also arrest visitors for either crimes they've committed in your fort or crimes they've committed in the past, if you interrogate them. This is supposed to be a furnace operator hall, right there. The Mountains of Diamond. The Mountainous Diamond. How about we call this the Mountainous Metal? There we go. Seems a little more fitting. Yeah, I mean, I flooded some stuff and then retired the fort. I mean, like, I wouldn't want, but like back in those days, like I didn't really want to like destroy a fort that I'd been working on for a while that I cared about. So I just made a one-off fort just to mess around with pumps. I mean, that's like how you learn Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion, is you make a fort and then learn a mechanic in that fort and then make a new fort and then repeat. It's literally the best way to learn this game. It's just simply one fort at a time. Yeah, I mean, finding a vampire is intentionally difficult, right? I mean, the way that vampires work is if you have a mostly stable fortress, odds are pretty good it'll be okay with the vampire in it. Like, that's kind of the way vampires are designed, is that, like, you can kind of just function with a vampire actively existing in your fort. There are some, like, ways to cheese finding the vampire really easily. Such as removing all bedroom walls, which is really funny to me. But like outside of that, you can also do things like just start interrogating. Like if you go to the justice screen, which I don't really have here, and you go to open cases and there's a list of them, you can click and it'll show you like who witnessed the crime. Interrogate the people who witnessed the crime with your captain of the guard. Assuming you have a dungeon and a captain of the guard that has, what's the word? And a captain of the guard that has an office assigned to them. Just start interrogating, like, dwarves that are suspicious, i.e. the ones that reported the crime. and see if they saw anything. And eventually somebody will admit it. Removing walls can reveal vampires. What reveals vampires is dwarves witnessing vampires eating stuff, right? So if you remove all of the walls from all of your bedrooms and the vampire eats something and there's somebody awake and they see the vampire eating somebody, they'll be like, murder! So yeah, if all your bedrooms are on one layer, just knock all the walls down. I know that sounds really silly, but will they see through windows? Yeah, but that's too obvious. Knocking the walls down is like knocking the walls down is like the fuck it approach, basically. It made sense and your brain does not compute now? You want my actual advice? Don't use mist generators. But it's literally just one layer above floor, dump water into pump, and then let it go in a circle. But my actual advice is don't use mist generators. You don't need them. They are like a crutch for when things are terribad. And if you need mist generators, your fort has bigger problems. I know my fort has bigger problems, which is why I'm using mist generators. But you shouldn't need them. They are a stopgap workaround to fix other problems in a fortress. I made them in this fort because people kept dying early because I was trying to catch forgotten beasts. You're trying to use it as a practice for figuring out magma and pouring in safe manner. Mist generators are not going to help you with that, because those are using very specifically water-based mechanics, not magma. Well, you've got hours before Star Sector, so. Like, water works in one way and lava works in a completely different way in Dwarf Fort. The two are not super similar. If I, like... What the fuck have I done? Excuse me? Hello? Fuck is happening? Well, I'll tell you this. Raven Dark. I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, so let's worry about that for right now. What was the name of that dwarf that was dead there? I'm a wee bit concerned about something because I've got a lot of dwarves that are just like short-circuiting here. Actually, I have a theory. Nope. For some reason, all of my pathing is short-circuited. And I don't know why. How many hours do I have in DF? It's impossible to say because I started playing this game about over a decade before it released on Steam, so I don't know. But on Steam, I have 3,120 hours. Pathing is broken, is the current short-term situation. So I'm gonna try restarting the game. We're in early summer. If you're worried about spoilers, you shouldn't be in my chat, Jurist McDwarf in YouTube chat. But that's cool. I mean, if it doesn't, then I'll just go back to the earlier save. Again, this is the first time this has happened in this fort. The frame rate didn't go to 0, but everybody's pathing has short-circuited, which likely means that it's actually a job that's busted somewhere that I need to fix. There are some people that seem to think that there are spoilers in this game, yes. Farmed Pineapple. But, you know, I don't really blame them, because I think a lot of people recently found the game through the NoClip doc, who reinforced the concept that Dwarf Fortress players are super secretive about the ending of the game, or, you know, some of the things that can happen in this game. And maybe the old guard are. I'm not at all. So, not particularly precious about this video game. Yeah, no, totally. There's a lot of things, like, although actually, now that I think about it, that might be mostly episode 4, which I don't think is out yet. I'm just going to delete this and see what that does. That's open. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with a bunch of these dwarves, but a bunch of these dwarves just like short-circuited for a second there. And now it seems to be fixed. I'm not positive what happened, but it must have been. Actually, is there somebody in the hospital? Hold on, let me check. Nah. Oh, I see the problem here. That's probably the problem. Maybe, maybe not. I think usually when people say don't spoil this story, okay, so you know how people call demons clowns in the underworld the circus? That's what people are talking about when they're saying don't spoil the story. It's like, don't, like, there are some people that are very, like, precious about mechanical spoilers in Dwarf Fortress for some reason. To an extent, I get it, right? Like, you know, it's, mechanical spoilers are the traditional spoiler for Dwarf Fort. But it's not something that bothers me in the slightest. Oh, that's the problem, probably. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go up to here and do this, and do this, and do this, and do this. Let's just let these dudes out the top. You're not used to these menus? How do you start making your boys happy? Dwarves need 3 things. And most humans find those 3 things disgusting. No, dwarves only need 3 things, really. Beds, booze, and a place to sleep. And a place to socialize. So make a meeting zone. Click accept. Click the plus button. And make an inn tavern. You could also make an inn tavern out of a dining hall, as an example. You should also probably make a dining hall and put chairs and tables in it. Then go up to here and then click this button, just so that you have minimal riffraff. Then they can socialize. That'll help start solving their needs. Do the same thing with a temple. So make a zone and make a temple. Do the same thing, and then also make a dining hall. Once you have those things, make some beds out of wood at a carpentry shop. Place those in little rooms and make them bedrooms. Or place a bunch in one room and make it a dormitory. The dormitory won't make them as happy, but at the very least will give them a place to sleep. Make beds, booze, and Battlestar Galactica, naturally. And once you've done all of that, start worrying about food, right? So you can get food by harvesting it from the surface using this button. You can brew alcohol if you have barrels and if you have something to brew into alcohol. So often people run out of barrels and go, well, I can't make alcohol. No, you just need barrels. You make barrels at a carpenter shop. You can assign a manager in the nobles screen. The manager screen allows you to have access to this screen, which allows you to automate tasks so you don't need to manually do them every time. It's a good time. So now this is open. Hopefully this can let those remaining humans out. Those remaining humans are probably not helping much. Frame rate, whatever was messed up with the pathing also seems to be sorted now. I don't know what was going on there, but something was going on. It was weird. Restarting the game actually seemed to fix it, which almost never is the case in Dwarf Fort. Also, if this particular fort seems a little weird, it's because it's... I had to hack the game to embark where I did because there is a mysterious temple here. Don't worry about it. And also, it's a much larger embark than is recommended, so it's kind of a fucky fort in a lot of ways. It would be running a lot better if I didn't do either of those things. In a world without wood? I mean, you would have to import it. It's not possible to generate a world without wood. The game won't let you. It would be considered an unplayable world. So not really. I mean, you did maybe surface wood, and then you just use cavern wood for everything. But yeah, I mean, assuming the world has mushroom trees, then yes, you'd be fine. We already destroyed it, Lux Inferior. It's okay. Everything in there is dead. Is to grab a line of work orders and rearrange them. I've talked to Putnam a couple of times, and she's said as much that she's working on it. So Putnam is working on it. Putnam to the Wescu. All right, so this is eventually going to be my battle arena, which amazingly they've completely cleaned up, or cleared out, rather. Let's dig out another layer inside of here, which is going to destroy my frame rate again. Oh, I see I've got the wrong tool queued up. Yes, not John. But dwarves don't really care about temperature. The only time dwarves start to care about temperature is when they're literally on fire. So assuming it's not hot enough that the dwarves are burning to death, they don't care so much about it. I know that might sound a little silly, but it is the way of the dwarf. What are these? Shirts. Putnam is she. Bones Jonesy. The day that I don't need to correct somebody on that will be a beautiful day. Although she finds it really funny when people mess that up, so 'tis life. All good, Bones. If you mean monster people as in, like, the necromancer experiments, you need to generate a really old world. Because the older the world, the more necromancer experiments you'll have. Yep, Joker of Spades is what it is. If you mean, like, animal people, that's just kind of random. Although, if you embark as a outsider, which not all worlds have access to, you will get a much larger series of options for animal people that you can embark as an adventurer. Your world has like 2 types. Play as an outsider. Although playing as an outsider gives you some limitations, but I'm sure you'll discover that. Furnace Operator Guild. You fucking... for real? Okay. Can I not just make you one of these? Guess we're making a Furnace Ops Guild next. No, I cannot recommend the amount of old because it highly depends on how enthusiastic the necromancers in your world happen to be. So, this is where we're getting into the it depends answers, which, you know, annoys people forever and always will, and it's fair. It annoys me too when I have to say it, but when you're just like, what's the recommended number of old? It's Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a black box in a lot of ways. I can answer questions to a point, but there are some things where the only thing I can really say is, when it works. Gazoom, thank you very much for the tier 2 and the 16 months. Appreciate you. Thanks for the 2nd sub of the day. The 2nd notification of money on the Twitch stream. Weird day so far. Appreciate you. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream. 66 of you watching and only 30 likes. We can do better. A diplomat could not complete a meeting and left unhappy. Well, that's a you problem, Monsieur Diplomat. Depends on how patient you are. I mean, I've had old worlds that like somehow managed to never get necromancers at all, right? Dwarf Fortress requires a lot of experimentation, and I think that's what makes it fun. To a degree, it's a game that kind of usurps a lot of video game norms in that it doesn't really matter how much you play it. Stuff still surprises me, which is what makes it cool. And it's what's kept me playing it for so long. But it also kind of makes it frustrating to explain to people sometimes because, and probably also frustrating to learn. I don't know, it's been a while. But because there's a lot of things where it's like, well, how do I do this thing? Or how do I make this outcome? It's like, well, I can't guarantee it because the game is designed to make it impossible to guarantee it. So, Moose Mail.
Crypt arrive.
It's the Canadian version of snail mail. Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thanks for upping the thumbs, friends. Rovod, the Furnace Op, has become possessed. Well, that's cool. Got a ton of rock salt. Let's just do rock salt for this one. Then I'll do the edges in probably glass. I mean, playing games like RimWorld or even games like Settlers or games like Anno will give you an idea of the basic concepts of Dwarf Fortress. You know, just the, like, you have to produce stuff to keep people happy kind of concepts, right? And there's a few games that I think that will help you with those concepts. I mean, RimWorld is one of the more unapologetic, like, we're going to take ideas game. But they do implement most of those ideas very, 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 very differently to the way Dwarf Fortress does. So to a degree, yeah, no, absolutely. Like playing a bunch of RimWorld will help with like parts of the learning curve, but you'll also have to unlearn a lot of habits if you've played a lot of RimWorld. Like I used to tell people, it's like, oh, you've played a lot of RimWorld? Okay, forget everything you've played about and learned in RimWorld because this game is going to do everything backwards. Or maybe one could say RimWorld does everything backwards. That is my bot, Bones Jonesy, saying a command because suited giraffes started a thing. So type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, and then you can invest them if you want. It's a chat minigame, it's pointless, don't worry about it. It has no practical reason to exist. It is just simply there as a form of side entertainment if you feel like it. It's from the older days in Twitch, before Twitch had built-in minigames. You used to have to make your own. So that's what that is. Back when engagement was up to the streamer. Rycliffe, thank you very much for the 13th month with Prime. It's good to see you. Let's just do 50 copper doors. Quite like the color, the material color for copper. Did you never follow me, Rycliffe, or did you accidentally unfollow me? So you just refollowed me, and now I'm confused. Regardless. Thanks for bringing that sub back. Appreciate you. You seem to have accidentally unfollowed. Oh, yikes. It sucks. Can't remember who it was that accidentally... I think Stoned Hobo at one point accidentally unfollowed. There was a while there where... This might even still be the case. Where it was ridiculously easy to accidentally unfollow somebody on Twitch on the mobile app. Just because of how the buttons were laid out. I think it was Stoned Hobo who did it, and he was real mad. You had to look for my stream? Oh, no. Same for Fire Stick? Oh, like if you're watching on an Amazon Fire Stick? Oh, that's funny. Well, welcome back. You know, I should do copper furniture. Copper table. Copper throne. We'll do 50 of each. I've got tons of copper because I've just been melting copper stuff down for a while. So I've just got tons of copper lying around. Dwarf has claimed a magma forge. What have you grabbed? Copper bars, rectangular, cabochons, black log. Okay, well, keep at it, Dwarf. No, you're the one. Grabbing llama wool cloth, and then you run off again. Good luck. What's my favorite mechanic in Dwarf Fortress? Its ability to surprise me. It doesn't matter how long I play it. It still manages to surprise me. That's probably, but that's kind of a cop-out answer, I guess. My favorite mechanic in Dwarf Fortress. Probably just the way it does, like, its personality generation, and it's, like... It's the only game I've ever played that convincingly can create a character in my head. That's a very popular farmers guild. Now I'm confused. Because, like, this one over here... Wait, did I delete this? Did I delete the guild hall? Did I make it and then delete it? What? How the heck? No, not that. Yeah, I super did. How the hell did I manage that? Oh, whatever. I'll make this into a Glassmaker's Guild Hall, I guess. Odd. I don't know how I did that, but apparently I did that. What game feature would I like to see added? I would like to see people stop asking me that question. The next feature the developers want to add is the next feature I want to see added. I've been playing this game for long enough, and I know how it works well enough, and I've seen the development team work long enough that setting your heart on a feature that I would like to see is an irrelevant exercise that is a really good way to drive your own disappointment. Because they make what they want, when they want, and the way they want it. And I want them to make the game they want to make, not the game I want them to make. So I want to see them add exactly what they want to add when they want to add it. I'm not gonna lie, Lux Inferior. I had some issues following on my web browser on Twitch the other day. It seems like Twitch is just having some weird hiccupy issues. I'm really starting to think they must be doing some behind the scenes maintenance right now. I'm really starting to think they're doing some like under the hood maintenance because it really kind of feels that way. There's some oddities on Twitch today. Although there was some oddities on YouTube for me yesterday. Like YouTube kept crashing yesterday for me, which means they were probably doing some maintenance on the dashboard side of things, which means I can't wait for the their awful unwanted features get worse. You assumed it was your phone? That's fair. I mean, Twitch Mobile is pretty goofy. Twitch Mobile is honestly the most how do you do fellow kids app I've seen in a while. It's like, howdy, Zoomers. It's like, okay, calm down, Grandpa. Okay, so this kind of needs to get disconnected from that. So I'm actually going to deconstruct and reconstruct this bridge. Oh, really? I had no idea that WordPress... Is that due to, like, ongoing WordPress drama? So I know that WordPress was having some odd nonsense a while ago. Okay. Let's see. Down in here... Let's nuke both of these. Go here. And also, like, the thing that so I went and bought coffee this weekend, which might sound like a very normal thing that people do. But my debit card didn't work. And then my Visa didn't work. And then my debit card from my other bank didn't work, but my Visa from my other bank did work. And it's not because those cards don't have money or I haven't paid the bill. They just mysteriously didn't work. And the guy working there is just like, yeah, no, that bank, like, has been having problems here recently. It's like, it's been very odd. Also, this bank, and this bank. I'm genuinely starting to think that everybody's just vibe coding shit together and stuff's just starting to break. Like, we're actively witnessing... Like, I don't know if this is conspiratorial or not. It might be. So apologies if it's silly, but I'm genuinely just starting to think that things are breaking because people don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. Like we are witnessing like the soft collapse of like tech as we know it, because nobody fucking knows what they're doing right now, and it's freaking me out because it's happening everywhere. Seems like a card issuer problem. You say that, but. Rovod, the furnace operator, has created a copper barrel. We got an artifact barrel. Thank you for the artifact barrel. Please go use that barrel. You mean the old guard got laid off, Methlick. And now the new guard are walking in with staples and a glue gun going, I got this, guys! Hold my beer! This is like that episode of South Park where they replace Kenny's heart with a potato. It just works to have a bad attitude to have when it stops working. Yeah, it's like, I don't know about that one, boss. I don't think it's working anymore. New guy, drinking on the job isn't allowed. Well, not with that attitude. Who said it needs to be allowed? Come on. I don't know. I'm joking around here, but like it really does feel that way. It does feel like a lot of things I've used for years are just breaking for no real discernible reason. GIC is still alive, yes. Speaking of still alive, Aperture Science, we do what we must because we can. What's the hotkey I'm looking for? That's the hotkey I'm looking for. Aha, we are good to go. That is a goat, yes. Isn't it remove? What's the job title? There it is, remove construction. I mean, I've been using sheep, goats, pigs, chickens, geese to catch beasts, but yes, it is the Jurassic Park strategy. Unintentional Jurassic Park reference. I mean, doing crazy shit is a lot of fun at your computer at home when you're not like working on mission critical systems. So like do crazy shit. Crazy shit fun. I got no problems with people doing crazy shit. Just like maybe don't make my Visa card not work. I'm blaming, like, you know, an establishment system that I personally think is broken for my Visa card not working. When in reality, I should probably just yell at Visa. But, you know. It's just something that feels consistent enough that it draws questions. Yes, actually, Radbug. Why do you ask? Okay, so that dwarf comes over. Lever opens. Where is this beast? Also, I realize there's new people watching the game right now that probably haven't seen much of it. Do note, this fortress is pretty endgame. So if you see a lot of things and you're going, I'm lost, don't worry, I am too. Good afternoon, Dadrick. Catching beasts is something that you just kind of have to come up with a method to do that works. I've come up with several methods that work. Probably not unique to me. I'm sure other people have done these same methods. How do you catch beasts? It's not a mechanic that you learn. It's a, like, simply put, you don't really learn mechanics in Dwarf Fortress. You figure out what Dwarf Fortress is doing and then figure out ways of making what you want to happen within the laws of what Dwarf Fortress is doing. It's less of a like, okay, it's like asking somebody who's playing Minecraft, how do I use redstone to open a door? Well, there's like 700 answers to that question. How do you catch beasts? Well, how am I currently catching beasts? With drawbridges and doors. How can you catch beasts? Well, you poke the anthill and hope that they follow the cheese. So this Forgotten Beast right here is a skinless Hedrosaurid with a round shell, and it does have webs. So it is a spiderkin, I suppose. When you hit the bottom here, I grab this button right here, and I pull this lever, and I pull this lever. And then I lock this door to dissuade it from toppling it. Creature comes in, immediately murks the goat. And then hopefully it just sits there and doesn't walk back out through that door. And then hopefully the drawbridges close soon. The one closed. Hopefully the other one closes. Anytime this, there you go. Now I have a Forgotten Beast that's caught. You know, we did have a goat that got several hits in. That would be very funny. That hasn't happened yet, but that would be exceptionally funny if the goat won. If the goat wins, I would give the goat a nickname and then release the goat. Like, just, congratulations, goat. You've earned a second chance at life. And also, set this to priority 3, just go down through here. You captain of the guard. I wish I could assign the... Unfortunately, this isn't Crusader Kings. I can't elect the goat. So these need to be lined with walls now. Those are glass windows. Let's just throw some gem windows up here. Ooh, I got lots of gems. And then around here. Holy crap, I've got a lot of jet blocks. I have not been looking at my my block supply for a while, and apparently I have like 800 jet blocks, so that's fantastic. That is a lot of jet blocks. Good lord. Jet blocks are your favorite color of block? It's one of my favorite colors, that's for sure. But I think that the inside of the arena is almost done. I'm thinking we go down one more layer, and I do like kind of a wall thing in the center made out of jet and clear glass, and then the layer below that will probably just be a glass bottom, and then I'll suspend it. But the innards of the arena are almost done. Do I still use the boombox behind me for music? It's not behind me anymore. It's in the other room. I use it when I'm... I use it as a portable Bluetooth speaker, actually. Because the tape deck in it works. Asterisk, it needs a new motor. So it plays fine for a bit, and then it starts to slow down after a while. I need to replace the motor in it. But I've bought the motor for it. I just need to do it. I do use it as a portable Bluetooth speaker. I just don't very often have uses for portable Bluetooth speakers. I used it a bunch during the pandemic. For a while there was a ruling where you could drink alcohol in public parks. And some public parks you can still do that, but not so much anymore. And it basically became like where I would see all of my friends whenever I would see friends. And I would bring that. So I was just walking around with like a Bluetooth a Bluetooth little connector plugged into the back of like a 1980s boombox. Because I'm that guy. But I don't often do that. So next video coming to be about the arena. I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you what the next video is about because I don't guarantee which forts do and which forts don't become a video. Because I have about 9 forts, probably, that could be a video that aren't videos yet. But I'm working on one. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm also not going to guarantee that any of my forts will become videos. But all of them have the possibility of maybe becoming a video. Maybe if I had a team of 5 people editing for me, but I don't. It's just me. It's a lot of footage. Hoya! I mean, like, the last video was Cloud Thunder. And since Cloud Thunder, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 4? 5? 6 forts? And then the one before that was the Haunted Fort, which was back in October. And between that and Cloud Thunder, I did at least 2 or 3. And they're all just sitting on hard drives. All that footage is there. How many streams on average does a fort last? There is no average. Just go simply look at my VODs channel. Although I do cut them in half. They last as long as chat is willing to watch because this always sounds brutal and people always act mildly offended. Look at the view count right now on Twitch. We have 170 people watching, and there's 79 people watching on YouTube. If I started a new fort this morning, we would have about 300 on Twitch and about 300 on YouTube. But because I've been playing this fort for a month and a bit, way less people are tuning in. Because people don't tune in for endgame forts as much as they turn in for new game forts, which is much to my dismay and makes me sad. Wait, is that my green screen showing? Or is that something? That is my green screen showing. Oh, no, that's it. No, it's not. Okay. There's like a dot here. Is this on my screen? Yes, it is. Okay. No. Need to iron my green screen, I think. Like I said, a month and a bit I've been playing this fort. I started it last month. Make it so that it feels meaningful. I don't go that high. I usually go around 5K. But it, like, varies from fort and world to world. I'm the only reason why you're on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, you're one of the, like, you're one of the real ones. Neither. You are completely wrong. I mean, there was one time we joked that if I started a new fort every week, I would be twice the size of a Twitch streamer, and I do genuinely believe that that's true. That seems very backwards. Wouldn't endgame be more interesting? Explain my stats then. Aurora? Yeah, same with stone. You're always around. I guess that means you're not a very sharp stone. You're a very, like, well-polished stone, because you're very round. Or very around. I'm trying to make a joke out of this, and it's just making me sound like I'm calling you dumb. I'm sorry. Let's try this again. I try, Diamond. Woof. Just get that rock dealt with. Yep, I mean, I have about 40 levers I could pull that would probably not kill the fort, but definitely cause some calamities. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with new viewers or old viewers. I mean, there are people that have been watching me for years now that only watch like the first 3 streams of a fort. So, which is why when people ask me how long do my forts last usually, it's very hard for me to answer that question without sounding like I'm just being mean to my audience. I'm just saying that, like, you know, people tune out right when things get really interesting for me, people stop watching. Which, like, because this is like the most interesting fort for me that I've done in a very long time. But, you know, is what it is. Because I'm actually getting to, you know, build like a minecart machine gun and stuff. It's one of the reasons why I push back on the notion that Dwarf Fortress fans are weird about spoilers. Because I think that there is some of that. Genuinely. I do think it's got something to do with, like, some people being odd about spoilers, you know? I personally, like, you can't spoil anything in Dwarf Fort for me, so... And also, I mean, it's why I've decided that I'm gonna play some Star Sector this evening. We'll see if I like it. I don't really like Kenshi, so... But, like... You know, gotta keep people interested. I'll be completely honest with you, Sweat and TN Gaming. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I think it's got... Like, if I were to guess, I think people are trying to learn this game, and I'm the tutorial guy. So a new fort is an opportunity to learn the game. It's also a mystery, right? Like, the exciting thing of what's going to happen. At this point, this fort's a known quantity. You kind of know what you're going to get. Even though, to me, it's more interesting. But... I'm saying beware of spoilers more because I'm playing to the masses, because I know there are some people who watch stuff on YouTube who refuse to watch anything on Twitch purely because they're worried about spoilers. And when I say watch stuff on YouTube, I mean like YouTube videos about games, especially if they're watching tutorials. Some people are sensitive to that. I'm not. But it doesn't matter what I want. Tutorial content is kind of different than everything else I do. Wait, are you giving away a mug? I completely missed that, Neezer. You need to remember that there is a good chunk of people who watch my YouTube videos that have never and will never watch any of my streams ever. There's a good chunk of people like that. And that's fair. I mean, like, you know, different kinds of entertainment for different kinds of people. I don't think it's started yet. I think Neezer's just simply asking if... Yeah, I completely missed it. Chat, what mug should Neezer give away? There isn't currently a giveaway going, but Neezer's asking what mug you're interested in my merch store. Exclamation point merch. I mean, the vile mug of mugness is very classic here. Personally, I'm partial to the Dinner Dwarves mug or the Lore mug. Oh, hey, Craftword is visiting. Got more named dwarves from the previous fort. Lil Baza baby dwarf. Okay, so you just want a baby? Is that what you want? The youngest kid is Attis. Do you want Attis? Attis has a funny looking beard. Funny little beard and pigtails. Look at this kitty. He adorable. Can you see what the world map looks like? Sure. Lil Baza, we'll call you. That's your SoundCloud rapper name. This is the world map. Babies are... Male dwarves are born without beards, but their sprite has a beard once they're an infant. And they immediately start growing, and a dwarf's beard grows until they die, and they never cut it. And a dwarf's beard is technically an organ, which means they can get cuts in their beard and can get a beard infection and die of a beard infection. They can also get stitches in their beard. Of course, it's a child. All dwarves drink. Doesn't matter how old they are. Tip null. These aren't humans. Quit inflicting your human rules on dwarves. Ask them for their mixtapes. There you go. All right, so Lil Baza, Rain Page, finds humor in most situations and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He doesn't handle stress well and is curious and eager to learn. He tends to hold on to grievances, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is trusting, and he personally sees war as a useful means to an end, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally likes slate, black bronze, and yellow jasper, and giant bush-tit leather, as well as two-legged rhino lizard horn. The colors spring green, quivers, barrels, amulets, guinea fowls for their social nature, and horseshoe crabs for their ability to hide in the sand, and the words of the amethyst of iron, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume penguin, hake, and white mullet beer, and absolutely hates flies. For zooming in on the world map. Unfortunately, no. I really wish there was, though. I think that might be one of the most requested features. Clockwork is your dad, and Medtub is your mother. And you've been in the fort since 388. Two-legged rhino lizard is what he likes, right? Horseshoe crabs for their ability to hide in the sand. Two-legged rhino lizard horn is what he likes. Probably as a craft to chisel things out of. That hasn't been deconstructed yet. I got a lot of rebuilding to do in here. Basically, I need to connect you to this. Is what I need to do. Also, Dwarf, you can stop pumping this, please. Just going to extend this out to there. Got a couple of these I need to remake. Nothing too serious, though. Just on phone. Cheers, Neezer. I mean, when I was younger, I used to really like soapstone because it was something I could carve. Sure, we'll let them leave. Actually, why don't I just do this for a little bit? Also, one thing I will say about zooming in Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress is tied to your resolution. So if you have a super high-res monitor, oh wow, perfect timing. If you have a super high-res monitor, some things might be very small. So I would recommend not playing the game in full screen if you have a super high-res monitor. The Forgotten Beast, Paluthi Fuavamo, has come. Kakwimiki has come. A enormous one-eyed darkling beetle. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Beware its FOIA. It's here to submit a FOIA request. Oh, and it's on a tree. Cool. Oh, is it on the same tree as that other beast from earlier? Maybe not. It was fighting with something. Forgotten Beast jumps away from... Okay, so there is... Or was... Yeah, okay, so there's 2 Forgotten Beasts stuck in the same tree. That is all? This one's been stuck in a tree for a while, too. Also, Mutt, I need to rename you. Is your FB19? This is FB20. Just so I can keep track of what I've caught and what I haven't. You're down here, the ugly Biles. There's a bunch of beasts in this lair. Yeah, if you're playing at like 4K or something, I would highly recommend dropping it down to like 1440 or 1080 while it's playing. Like, you do have to remember, like, this is a game that's running on code from 2002. So it's not... Like, in some ways, you're playing a modern game. In other ways, you're playing a game that is very old. And you will have a better time of things if you kind of go in expecting that. So Neezer's gifting 5 lore mugs. So type in ! enter in the Twitch chat. Doesn't matter if it's capital or not. For your chance to win a mug. That is a lot of mugs. Thank you, Neezer. That's very kind of you. Like, seriously, dude. That's extremely kind of you. Probably the gems underneath them that's stopping it. Yeah, looks like it. YouTube does not have access to the giveaway because there is no YouTube connectivity on Fourth Wall. Their bot is not compatible with that platform. So if you are watching on YouTube and you want to take part, you need a Twitch account. It's that simple. I don't have the option to do that. The Vile Force of Darkness mug is in pristine conditions and you use it every day. There you go. It's a good mug. Shy Pandemonium, Big Baza from North FC, Lightning Roger, FBI is Spanky, or FB is Spanky, whatever. And Urist Games, congrats. Y'all have won mugs. If you click on that redeem link and link your Twitch account, you can redeem your mug. Thank you very much, seriously, dude. So there's a three-way Forgotten Beast battle happening. And it seems that two of them are now dead. So that means Sodor won? Oh, nope, Sodor didn't win. But there was a three-way Forgotten Beast fight. And it seems that not you. You did kill Dewsum, but this thing, holy shit. I didn't realize this thing had so many kills. Also, there's a place called Dung Stolen. Of all the things you could steal, why would you steal poop? Anyway, the Hollow Lobster apparently is the god of this cavern lair, which is a gigantic three-eyed cobra. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. It has a poison bite. Surprise, it's a cobra. That's, quite the thing. It certainly seems that way. Ilmarin, it certainly seems that way. Well, thanks for tuning in, Trogar. Glad you like them. Glad they're helpful. And also for the dozen of you or so that are waiting for Star Sector, the plan for that is to swap over at 3 p.m. my time. It's currently 12:45. Do I have a hotkey for the arena? Guess I don't. Because it's just kind of go to this screen and then go down a few. So I guess Shift F1. You're fine with waiting. It just got you interested enough. So you lost all interest in my stream, is what that means. Feels bad, man. What are these? Tourmaline. It's okay. I lose interest in my stream sometimes too. It's not what you meant. That's what it reads like. I don't know what else that could possibly mean, to be honest with you, but. It's okay. Interest comes and goes. I've been doing this long enough to know that. I just feel like acting hurt is just kind of funny to me, so don't take it too personally. It's mostly just amusing to me. Let's throw in some green. How do you get mud for farming? You have to make the ground wet. You have to pour water on it. So get water from somewhere and put water somewhere else. You could use pumps, or you could use a pit pond zone and buckets. Sure, I do actually have enough Cinnabar to do this. I think that'll be pretty cool. Trying to just make an interesting little arena, you know? What Xylium said. I don't know about that, Neezer. You gifting five mugs is definitely all you. You lost interest in Dwarf Fortress, not my streams. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, I'm the first person to say this. Like, the way to keep interest in a video game is to not play it for a bit every now and again. Taking breaks is good. You should do that. So I support you on that. Like, I've definitely, like, one of the things, this doesn't frustrate me, but it's like this one thing that I have to explain to people every now and again is just like, hey, you know, I'll be here. Like, I ain't going anywhere as long as the entire planet doesn't simultaneously get tired of Dwarf Fortress, I will still be here. So if you need to take a break from the game, go take a break from the game. Don't burn yourself out eternally because of some preconceived notion that in order to prove that you're truly a fan of a video game, you must play it until you hate it. Like, don't do that. Take a break. I mean, obviously, you know, ideally for me, I would like it if you keep watching because that's good for me in more ways than one. But at the same time, like, take breaks. Breaks are good. Which is kind of funny because I do a lot of things that make me into kind of the anti-influencer in a way. Well, thank you, Neezer. Appreciate it. Like, the question that I never really know how to answer for people is when people ask me, you know, how do I stop being bored of a video game? It's like, well, that, my friends, I cannot help you with, aside from just recommend that you take a break. How do you guys feel about this arena? I think it looks pretty cool. Like, I think it looks real cool. Metal as fuck? Yeah. Massive platinum vein, only 5 floors below the ground? Hell yeah. If you've got rare material settings, that's a valuable find. The tavern has an observation deck. I'm not going to actually let them see the fights. In my headcanon, they're seeing the fights through here and here. I'm not going to give them a proper observation deck for 2 reasons. It does nothing positive for your dwarves is reason number 1, and it would probably be dangerous is reason number 2. There will be plenty of danger without me having to intentionally traumatize my dwarves. How do you get started as a streamer? By not asking how to get started as a streamer, downloading OBS and turning on your streaming, going and streaming. So stop asking and go do. And if your actual question is how do you, like, you know, end up in a position like me, which is usually what people want when they ask a question like that, start 10 years ago and never stop. And then be very, very, very dedicated and give up your entire social life. Have no friends. Give up all crucial relationships in your life. And then spend years in therapy. It's a lot of fucking work. And most of them are just schlop. Legendor. But stop asking, go do. Is how you got it started as a Twitch streamer. Same way you get into anything. Just go do it. Oh yeah, and no, you won't make any money, and no, the platforms do not care about you. That doesn't make them evil. You are in control of your own success. And no, ChatGPT cannot give you good ideas for videos. That's more just me being annoyed with YouTube lately, but... Okay. Diamond is honorary chat therapist. Chat therapist. Wait, the therapist for the chat or the therapist who is currently in chat? You know, chat, tell me right now if you want me to keep babbling about streaming or if you want me to talk about other things, because I can absolutely talk about other things. It's just one of those subjects that is very easy for me to just sit here and babble for an hour and a half straight nonstop without really changing the subject or thinking or looking at chat much. So, I don't know. It's not simple. At all. You know, that's not a bad analogy. You could also probably ask ChatGPT to pretend it's a Ouija board. Convince me that you are a demon from, like, another universe and, help me experience a seance. You want to know the secret reality, Bumblebee? Bow ties? Number one, this is the first time you've ever talked in my chat, so I'm presuming you haven't watched me that much, unless you're a very consistent lurker. Number two, I don't watch much Twitch. I don't fucking know what's going on, and I honestly don't care. I spend most of my off-stream time outside, reading, drawing, taking care of my houseplants, riding my bike, repairing my bicycle. Well, I mean, everybody loves sewage management software. I do love that that was Tarn's only shout out for the, no clip doc was, this one includes the sewage management software, all caps. Which I found very funny. Well, I didn't have them for years because I was too busy streaming 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, Bumblebee. But, yeah, no, my actual advice is literally stop talking to me and go stream. That's it. And don't self-promote in other people's chats, go network. Make friends who are around the same view count as you, who stream around the same time, who stream similar things. And keep doing it. And don't stop. And keep doing it. And if you pester me about streaming a lot, I will get annoyed with you and not raid you. That's it. Really. It's like any business that's networking and connections-based and popularity-based. Just go do it. And don't stop. The Bob220, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back, mate. Frying eggs on your GPU for breakfast. You've minimized your overall LLM is too much electrons. I literally use a very, very small one for spell check. Because I find it to be better than the built-in spell check for the typing app I use. So. That's it. Who's NoClip? A group on YouTube that makes crowdfunded documentaries that recently have been releasing a series of documentaries about Dwarf Fortress. And they paid me money to record footage of older versions of Dwarf Fortress for it. That's who NoClip is. I'm glad it's been helpful. And I'm happy that you're enjoying the premium version of Dwarf Fort. What are we doing today? I'm building a arena to make forgotten beasts fight demons. There's a Vile Force of Darkness, apparently, as well. So that's what we're doing today. Vile Force of Darkness. Surprise. Also ad break. What do I read? I read a lot of nonfiction, but I also read very slowly because I don't see very well. So currently I am reading Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. Before that, I read... actually, I don't want to talk about the book I read before that.
Holy cannoli. 60 months already? How's it going all? Sorry I've been away for so long. Hope you're doing great, Blind in chat.
2 seconds, I'll address that in a moment. Before that, I read Shift Happens, and before that, I read Doom Guy Life in First Person, which is John Romero's book. And before that, I read... I'm blanking on the name of it because I gave the book away. Anyway, it's a book about Blizzard and kind of the collapse of Blizzard. Anyway, yeah, it's been a while. 50 months, 60 months actually, not 50 months. You said, no, it said 50. I see. Okay, 50 months at tier 1, but you've been subscribed for a total of 60, so 50 months in a row. This always confuses me. Faulted Thrower, thank you very much for continuing to keep that sub alive for a goddamn long ass time. Recovering Engineer. Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. Jason Schreier's book. Yeah, that's who wrote it, but I'm trying to remember the name of that book. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of it. It's like I bought it and then read it and then gave it to my dad, and he's reading it now, and I'm like just completely blanking on the name of it. I could go look it up, but... You will hate yourself at some point along with other, and you may become a hater of which you love gaming. No. Streaming is the coolest hobby you will ever have, and most people treat it like a job, regardless of if it's a hobby or not. Like 99.5% of people who stream should be doing it as a hobby and are trying to do it as a job. I did it as a hobby for years. For the first 3 years I did this, even though I streamed 7 days a week, I only streamed about an hour and a half a day. And it was a hobby. I didn't have a set schedule, but I did it daily. I did it for a couple hours every day with very little production value. And eventually it slowly grew. People go into it now and they go, oh, this is a way to make money. I'm going to do this as a job. I want to do this as a job. Or they see somebody like me and they go, you're doing it as a job. I want to do it as a job. This wasn't a viable source of income for me for 6 years. And it wasn't a good source of income for 9 years. So I've been doing it for 11 years now. So it's not something that happens quickly, and I think a lot of people go into this presuming that they'll be like me in 6 months. No, you won't. Unless you get absurdly lucky, which doesn't happen to the vast majority of people. So, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. Is that the name of it? That sounds familiar. It was a good book, though. A lot of history. That's literally what I did for the first few years. I mean, you also need to remember, when I started streaming, there wasn't an affiliate program on Twitch. Making money meant you needed to be a partner. And you needed an average of 350 concurrent viewers, which I don't think I've really ever consistently had. There's the odd month where I'll have that, but yeah, I've never gotten to that upper echelon. I hate this enemy. Why do people seem to think that I would like coding? Why do people make such wildly massive assumptions of things that I would like doing? Vile Force of Darkness has come and is seeking a parlay. That is a lot of guinea pigs. What the fuck? Holy shit. Hold on. Sorry, just gotta hack the game to get rid of the important stuff. Wears glasses, has smoked weed before, obviously wants to program computers. Yeah. I would rather cut off both my feet and my thumbs than have to go program. So, no. No, I am not a programmer. Cave dragons. Was there an ogre in there? I didn't see it. I know there's trolls in there. No, that's a troll. I don't see any ogres. Oh, no, there is an ogre. Wow. All right. Oh, shit. It's actually a pretty threatening little force, that. I need to make sure that my minecarts are set up. They are not. Thankfully, they want to parlay, so we've got a little bit of time. Roll in the welcome mat. We'll have to get to it, yeah. We will, in fact, have to get to it. Although I do have to rebuild part of the minecart machine. Currently, it's kind of busted. But it's fine. It'll work. It works mostly. It kind of short circuits after a little bit, but this is the problem, though. You know what? Let's just turn this back on. This is the problem. So I need to connect you to here, which should be pretty easy to do. And then I'll also need to, on top of that, can I just like cut through this? Would that be fine? That should be fine. Also need to go onto this side and fix this. And then unpause the game. There is some blind cave ogres in there, yeah. But it's mostly trolls. Mostly. Where are you headed? Oh, you're just leaving the map craftward? His left ear is broken. Ow. It's not one of my dwarves, it's a visiting noble. Rolf, how you doing today? It's good to see you. You know what? Let's just cancel this thing's removal and just set this stuff up so that we can actually use it in a more reliable way. Well, mostly digging, but I guess also dwarves and trolls. Or goblins and trolls, I guess. We're also missing a minecart, which is interesting. Hold on. Although they may also just be swapping them from spot to spot. It kind of seems like it, yeah. Yeah, they're just swapping them. So wait until all of these are done moving. So let's get that done. Let's get that done. Okay, seems like everything's up and running again. We should also be more fireproof than I was last time. Let's also go right here and speed you up slightly. Do I want the one wood piece still? I mean, it's nether cap, so that one's actually like fireproof. The problem is in here, I had not nether cap, I had black cap, so it wasn't fireproof. So yeah, it's fine as is. Okay, well, that should all be doable. That should all be doable. Now we're just waiting for these dwarves to haul these platinum minecarts back in, which is getting done at a pretty reasonable pace. Oh shit! We collected the artifacts from B-Log. Which, that's a platinum spear from my last fort, and that's a platinum crossbow. So that's pretty cool. I'll just leave all this stuff forbidden. Smarter than hauling it out right now. And then I just need this to come and get picked up. So once all these minecarts are back up and in the fort, we can then actually properly queue this up again and fire her off. Let's actually just real quick go down here and claim these. And while I'm waiting for those minecarts to get moved, I'm just going to go down into here and go these. Because this whole section in here desperately needs flooring. Not that it actually needs flooring, but I think it would look a lot nicer if it had flooring. And I like areas with flooring. So they're just nicer on the eyes. Looks like that last one got picked up. So we'll just follow this dwarf until they put the minecart away, and then we can start the siege. I do think Legends Viewer is worth setting up. I actually have some issues running Legends Viewer on my computer for some reason. I think it's like some sort of dependency problem with Linux. But Legends Viewer is neat, yeah, if you can get it working. Although, use Legends Viewer next, which is much more straightforward. And a bit more modern. Good day, Anuxtral. How's things? Yeah, I don't fully like the consistency of parlays. I feel like if you reject them once or twice, they should just stop asking. The Forgotten Beast, Pife Sophie Panthma, whatever your name is, a gigantic three-eyed swift. We're getting attacked by a Taylor Swift fan? I'm presuming that's a bird, but it has 3 long spiral horns and a bloated body, naturally. Its lavender blush feathers are downy. Beware its poison sting. Well, it's on my lair. The gate is shut. The other gate is shut. It is a bird, by the way. It's just a type of bird I am not familiar with, but I am not prepped to fight to catch this right now, so I just have to lock the doors. Oh, there's one I missed. Okay. keep following these place track vehicles. Very beneficial bird to have around. Let's see what they look like. Oh, yeah, no, I know what these are. That bird's a bit of an absolute unit. Looks nice. Except that with a stinger. Spooky. They're like a swallow. But without the swallowtail. It does kind of look like a funny looking swallow. Thankfully, I don't have a chimney, so I guess it wouldn't be building a nest inside of my chimney. I still maintain, I think currently my favorite birds are great herons, just because of how many of them there are around here. They're so cool. They're also ginormous. It's like, how the fuck do you fly? You're so big and lanky. African or European swallow, I think, is what you're going for. For anybody who's confused, we're reloading these. So this should be full of minecarts. I should have done this a while ago, but I thought it was already done. I forgot to pull this lever to open this up. And it's one of those things that they can't fix unless this lever's pulled, so. Neck goes from nothing to 4 feet long. Yeah. We have opposable thumbs. They have retractable necks. I also talked about this when I first moved in, but when I first moved to this house, one of the first nights I spent in this place, there was a thump on the roof, and then another thump, and then a third thump, and then a thump on my patio, and I was like, what the fuck? Poked my head out there, and there was a heron on my patio. Like, just perched on my, like, balcony, I guess? It was very odd. It was Santa? Jeez. Is that related to Nice Tit? Sorry, I had to say it. Neither. Able to be loaded with other things? Nothing living. Well, if you want to load them like ammunition, nothing living. But you can load them with literally whatever. I'm not loading anything into these minecarts. These minecarts are just being placed here on a track and then fired at it like a cannon. But because giant metal minecart hitting you at like the speed of sound is gonna hurt a lot, these are a blunt force trauma weapon. They're not particularly practical, but they're very funny, so I use them. Judgment Lord? That's my new World of Warcraft character. I am the Judgment Lord. Kind of sounds like a raid boss, the Judgment Lord, or like something that you'd encounter in a FromSoft game. Although I do agree, birds are very judgmental. Okay, so these should all be in the fort now. Okay, how many place tracking vehicle jobs are still happening? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing some. We are absolutely missing some. Did any of them end up down here? It's possible. Probable even. Not that I'm seeing, but... whatever. We are now locked in the fortress, and I'm going to begin the siege. Here come the gobs, do-do-do-do. They're gonna go get the cat. It's a good time. It's a not small army. You've never felt so guilty as when your cat stares at you? You're very well trained then. Is the position of a work order is completed. If it's in a shop, the one at the bottom, what is the most recent one to be completed or canceled? And in the work orders screen, it's just the order that you made them. And increasing the order on the order screen doesn't make them more... See, this is why I refuse to have visitors forever now, because like they're just murdering people. Pineapple and Stukos are now dead. I'm just to fucking heck with this. No guests. I don't need no guests. Considering like for some reason this isn't even considered a crime. Like yeah, it just seems to be this death ghoul, this elf. I mean, they are a death ghoul. Now they're murdering my dogs. Like, I'm good. Hard pass on this. Hard pass on this. It's enough of these. I'm just covered in... I mean, just put on the back with like... put on the front like, I love tits, and then just like cover the entire back of it with tits. That's what you would need to do. Could also do the same shirt with hooray for boobies and just make it blue-footed booby. You could also make the same joke with ass, but make it a donkey. I hate this. It's time to murder all of the visitors, except for the diplomat. Just go kill them all. It's like, you will not kill my dogs, and you will not kill my dwarves. Get out. Be gone. I can't send them to the arena because there's nothing for them to fight in the arena. But I can send my soldiers into the visitors' tavern to just kill them. Snail is fighting bravely. They do all appear to be dead now. Bloody hell, man. Attis, what's your last name? Lol. Attis, lol. Where did I put those tombs? It's annoying. All right. But yeah, because like they're visitors and they're just like getting into fights with my dudes, it's not really technically considered a crime, or the game doesn't know how to consider it a crime. And then it causes dwarves to get upset with other dwarves, which is also a problem. It's a bad. It's Wednesday, right? Because that's why that just happened. What's the date today? Yeah, second Wednesday of every month. Hopefully that'll only happen once. Fire testing day. Doesn't change the fact that it will always spook me. Don't worry, so did I. They don't really give you a warning with these things. Should shout really loudly. Test received! It's working! I'm terrified, but it's working. Good afternoon. You just missed my fire alarm going off for 2 seconds because apparently it's fire alarm testing day. I mean, it would still be going off if it was an actual fire. So. Before you ask, Clockwork, your dwarf is still alive. All the lurkers checking their smoke detectors right now. Trust me, it was me. It was just me. It's just me. Don't worry. Don't worry. Rovod the cook has been found dead. For fuck's sake, man. I also lost a soldier. Yeah, it's... Having visitors isn't worth it. Like, I advise against it. Until they fix the current issues with visitors, and there's a lot of them, it's just not worth it. It's not worth losing random people for no reason. Tis not worth. It's a lot of beak dogs. It's not that big of a siege, but it's a pretty good siege for this goblin faction. They haven't been sending much in the way of threats, but they also have like ogres and among other things. So it's quite the siege. Should also make sure that they're not like sprinting ahead, which sometimes ogres do. Yeah, let's just wait here. It doesn't matter if they're confined to public areas. Like, if a dwarf wanders in there, like, you're going to need to restock it. You're going to need to do things. And, like, I've had that tavern public now for maybe a year in game, and I've lost about 6 dwarves to random just murders. And you know, honestly, I'm good. I don't need that. There's some things I'm willing to deal with, and in some worlds they can be a lot of fun, having a lot of visitors. Often, in certain worlds, you'll, get a lot of bards and things, and keep the fort very interesting. But then in some worlds, you just get stuff like this, where the only visitors are zombies, and they just show up and either try to steal your stuff or cause mini loyalty problems to happen, where dwarves will turn on each other and then they'll just fight, and it's like, no, I'm good. This ain't worth it. This ain't worth it at all. So, this fort's gonna stay locked down, I think. No, no, I'm just not going to have visitors, enemy. Because I'm not even getting any interesting visitors. So, no. I will not build a wall. Because I'm just not going to have visitors in the fort. It's just that simple. I think this is also set so that one of these is also set so visitors can come. Get rid of that as well. You know, I know this might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I don't find those jokes funny. In the current year? That's all I have to say to that. I really don't find those jokes funny, mate. If you do, that's great. Just... I never finished building the thing I wanted to build in it, but it's there and it's functioning as a guild. Clockwork. I've been busy with what's going on right there, you know, over there. And then also important projects. Yeah, but I don't... Since you're in ads, I'll wait before I state that response. Because they know that I don't give a flying fuck about the Fishers Guild, which is why it made you chuckle, probably. Hey, how's the thing that you don't care about and aren't maintaining doing? About that. Fishers Guild? What Fishers Guild? We never had a Fishers Guild. I've never seen a fish in my life. What even is a fish? We're almost there. Ads is almost done. I have dozens of legendary weaponsmiths in my fortress. I mean, sure, visitors can be good, but and genuinely, in my opinion, the way the game is currently balanced, having played earlier versions of it, where it was balanced very differently, I would rather just not have visitors and not have to deal with them than have visitors and have to deal with them. The benefits are not worth the issues, in my opinion. Do I need a public tavern to get monster hunters? Yes, but I don't ever want monster hunters. But it's because I've played too much of this game and don't need to depend on them in any way. As I was just sort of saying, I find the benefits of taverns to be significantly worse than the positives of having a public tavern are pointless in comparison to the negatives. Like, yeah, sure, there's absolutely positives to having a public tavern, but I do genuinely find them to be minuscule in their usefulness. Yeah, Monster Hunters mostly just drink all of your booze and then go die for no reason. Like, they can be useful if you're new to the game. Like, if you're brand new to Dwarf Fort, Monster Hunters can be useful because they're like a free source of weapons, basically, because they go and die randomly for no reason. What are they chasing? Probably going after Bombwreck, who's a legendary hammer dwarf. Probably another one of my old military dwarves. Certainly looks like it. I mean, you killed stuff in Mind Arch. There's a grizzly bear tooth crown and grizzly bear tooth earrings. Badass. But you are going to collide with that siege pretty soon. At least I think. Yes, you are. There you are. And you're going to go in and fight. This is a diplomat who's going to go fight off a goblin siege on their own. I respect the commitment, but you are not going to win this fight. There's too many of them, and you're already stunned. I mean, you are a legendary hammer dwarf. And you're probably going to get a bunch more kills. But you're going to go down the exact same way the last dwarf who tried to defend us like this did. In pieces. And dead. Overexerted. Unless you go into a martial trance. Oh, which I think you already did. Yeah, you already did. You should run into the fortress. This isn't one of my dwarves. This is a visitor. This is a member of my faction of higher rank. Let's see, did any of them enter? Nope. They must be going after some sort of wildlife. Oh, wow. The dwarf is actually doing the smart thing. And entering the fort. You don't need a public tavern to get the noble visitors that come as part of being the capital, so they'll just show up whether you like it or not. Are they literally chasing a monitor lizard? Motherfucker, they are. I'm just gonna do this for my sanity. This one's at the other end of the map, so that should hopefully turn them around. Seems like it. Got a artifact started by a spinner. I mean, honestly, I'm very happy that dwarf turned around. That's maybe one of the smartest things I've ever seen a dwarf like that in that position do. Turn around and walk away. Okay, now they're going where I need them. Now they're going where I need them. Just gonna throw minecarts into these sites that are currently missing. That one might not be reachable. Going all right. Logic yourself. Your dwarf's still around. Got a crafts dwarf shop claimed. A very large army is sieging my fort, is what's happening, Jangles. It's over, goblins. He has the low ground. It's true. It's more of a, I have the underground. It's over, goblins. We are underground. And you are upper ground. Yeah, this is a pretty intense little goblin siege. They have dragons, ogres, and trolls. So. You know, you're probably right. That is what she said. It's gonna be good, hopefully. Radbug, Dwarf, what want you? You know what I mean. Annie? Okay. Radbug is gripped by crippling shyness, impervious to the effects of stress, and is prone to hatreds. And Lightning Roger, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you greatly. I think that is in fact the first gifted sub of the day. So thank you very much. She is inattentive to detail in her own work and often acts with compassion. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She prefers to present herself modestly and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She has an active sense of humor and is very humble. Often touches others during conversations when she's nervous, when she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values peace over war, and sees introspection as important. She likes native silver, nickel silver, and banded agate, as well as alpaca wool. You like half of the stuff we have in this fort. The color crimson, millstones, and amulets, as well as flasks and copperhead snake men for their attractive scale patterns. And the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume teff beer and hates worms. And I'm glad that I actually did remember to pause the game. Your father was Darren, and your younger half-brother is dead. And your father's also dead. So you've lost a lot of family. You've been in the fortress for 307 since the year 370, and you are 28 years old. Which means you grew up here. Nice to hear the dwarf's still kicking around. Glad you had a good session. You know, it's very funny that people ask that, Jay Snipe, because one, that's the second time somebody's asked me that today. But I have a question. How do you count hours for a game that you've been playing since 2009 that didn't have the ability to count hours until 2022? I don't really know how to answer that question. I have 3,100 something hours in this version of the game since 2022, but I have been playing this game on and off since 2009. So, I don't know, a lot? More than most, probably. It's really interesting, like, how valuable of a stat that has become over the years. Like, it's kind of neat. Like player retention and whatnot. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. I just think it's interesting. Because like back in the day, like nobody gave a shit. Okay, so I'm just going to presume that all of the goblins are inside. We're just going to lock this gate for now. That is not a small siege at all. I also don't know where the trolls ended up. Oh, there they are. And I'll actually pause closing this then. $119 beak dogs, 116 goblins. It was probably 120 of each. 15 Mineras, 6 trolls, and 3 blind cave ogres, and 1 cave dragon. Yeah, I had a job in 2010, so that was kind of difficult. What? I'm seeing bolts firing. And I'm seeing blood. Oh. Well, Bomrak the Diplomat decided to pick right now to leave. Not wise. Not wise at all, Bomrak. Very unwise. At the very least, my diplomats are, like, very skilled soldiers because of my last fort. There's a lot of puking going on. Now let's go over here and pull this lever. It begins. My Axe Lord has named a battle axe. Let's see which lever you're going to go pull. Probably this one, right? Nope, nope, you're going to go pull the fun lever. Excellent. So if you haven't seen my minecart railgun launch yet, you might want to watch. This is one of 2 silly traps I have. Okay, so it flies, minecarts accelerate at an exceptionally rapid pace, drop down, and then fly all the way along here. This is a very heavy platinum minecart. So it's like the equivalent of like having a truck fired at your head. Like, probably not actually that far off, Just like a 3-ton truck. Jack, can I get a bunch of zoom emotes, please? And then they come crashing through the goblin army and send them all flying. The little blue arrows mean that they're flying through the air and getting knocked backwards. Of course, the impact of them getting slammed into by the minecarts themselves is enough to cause mortal wounding and a lot of damage. This one, as you can see, is heavily bleeding. I mean, it got hit by a minecart, which crushed its upper leg. How's a goblin doing? Let's find a wounded goblin, such as this one, who's currently unconscious and bleeding heavily because I got hit by a platinum minecart, which struck them in the upper left leg, which smashed it into the body in an unrecognizable mass. It also then caused them to bounce off of other goblins, causing them to fly backwards and then skid along the ground, which is probably causing some bruising or something. And then goblin flies backwards, bleeding like crazy. And, oh yeah, there's another round of minecarts coming in a second. So if I go all the way back up here, I've already queued up the next one. So now we just need a dwarf to come over here and pull the lever. Here comes Demonster, who's going to go pull the lever. So the next round fires. Mayhemly Destruction. You love it. You love to see it. I don't know why there's a cat there, but sorry, Stackhood. Rest in peace, Stackhood. Sorry, but it's accurate. And then the goblins just keep getting knocked backwards into absolute carnage. And then moments later, probably another one comes flying. We're now just waiting on another round. At some point. Actually, let's just jump up to here and slam this shut now. It's been long enough. Okay, Ilmir in the second is coming to pull this lever. Get the next one. And here comes the next one. I think that cat's probably dead, but... Man, there's so many of them, it actually stopped the minecart. That's impressive. It almost looks like they're trying to retreat. What a bunch of babies. It's just a couple minecarts, guys. Come on. Why are you running? Where are you going? Overcome by terror, eh? I mean, I would be too, so I don't really blame you. But, like, where do you think you're going exactly? Oh, here comes the next one. Let's follow this one on this side. And they do hit the minecarts that were hit previous, which gets them moving again, which is always a good time. This guy's all the way the hell up here, so I think we'll save the next few shots. And let's start this sucker up. Oh no, you're already on. It's the drawbridges I need. This one. So now we have my other weapon, which is significantly more maniacal, shall we say. I'll just queue up another one of these in the background as well. But who's pulling the lever currently? It's Demonster, of course it is. What's the minecarts made out of? Steel and platinum. I kind of ran out of platinum. I do have more platinum now, so I could make more of them. And then the ones in the other defensive device are made of iron, because I was lazy. And they just needed to be lava safe. So for the other one, we've got down here. So the way this thing works is you may notice there's lava in this minecart. So what happens is, well, actually, we're missing some minecarts too. Well, that's unfortunate. They go around here, they go up, they go down, and then they shoot lava out. Those little globs there, those are globs of lava. Then what happens is they fall down. Here comes the minecarts, by the way. They fall down, and then they don't have power, and I feel like an idiot. Well, shit. Well, shucks. Okay, well, I need to fix that. Well, shucks. Well, at least I got one round out. Yeah, that'll be safe. How do you continue forts? When a fortress ends, you start a new fortress in the same world. That is how you continue forts. When you start a new fort, just click Start a New Fortress in an existing world instead of Generate a New World. It's a button on the main menu. I usually do 5 or 6 forts per world. Same civ or not. I mean, if you play in the same civ, you'll see more of your old dwarves. Glassmaker was found dead. That seems like something I need to deal with. I think I found the problem. Bismuth also appears to be dying. I was kind of Bismuth died. I was kind of expecting my my defenses to be a little bit more ready, but apparently they weren't. So I feel kind of dumb right now, but it is what it is. If this goes south, it goes south. If I wasn't prepared, that's on me. But thankfully, I do appear to have solved this for the time being. Seeing a bunch of dead beak dogs now, as they should be. Don't know what you're doing down here, aside from dying. So, whatever you chose to do, it wasn't wise. So I need to go right here and place a mechanism right there. And then this whole thing will start up again. So when this thing starts up, it's just going to be an instant meat grinder. I should probably just close this lever. Yeah, I'll try. I mean, there is things on fire too, which is, a good sign. And it appears that one of my axe lords has made it down into here. Actually, 4 of them have. Oof, I do not want this to go through the way it looks like it's going to. So back up, dwarves. Please back up. 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 Well, I said back up. You didn't back up. Why are you not backing up? Now please back up. Don't run forwards. Go back. Go back. Go. Oh, go. Okay. It's you and Zephon are deciding to be a hero. Run! If they back up, then I can tell them to turn around a little bit. But if they keep going forwards, then they will just die. O'Neill was found dead. Yeah. I'm also not sure why this isn't considered building right now. It's probably because the piece that it's using is somewhere that they can't get to it. Go for one that's a little bit further away. And actually, you know what? Let's go up to here and just make sure this is in the burrow. Ah, that's probably why. This is going horribly wrong, by the way. Yeah, that's it. Keep backing up, dwarves. Oh, I see the problem. So these dwarves are currently locked in here. So this is Anon for V and Nil. That's why they're still standing there, is because they're currently locked in. But if I tell them to fight, then they will most certainly die. So I need them to keep running. Saigon was found dead, who charged in. I respect it, but wasn't wise. Let's just follow you. Just keep dodging, Dwarf. Keep dodging. It's the best dodging training you'll ever get. Okay, so now what I have to hope is that they turn around and leave through this exit. Because once they're up there, I can tell them to start fighting. But I may just have to tell them to start fighting. We may be about to lose some of my best military dwarves, chat. So, I don't know, post the emote that you would post for some of your best military dwarves dying due to a mistake on your part. It's a damn shame. Anon 4 was found dead. Nil the Mace Lord was found dead. I should have just left the gate shut. Now I'm just waiting for this to get constructed, and hopefully whoever constructs it doesn't go the wrong way. Where are you? You're right there. Why are you moving up, V? Why are you doing this? Well, there goes another one. V is, I guess, trying to avenge Anon 4. And is going to die in the process. V, for those of you who don't know, has 5 notable kills and 11 other kills. And has defended the fortress for quite some time now. I'm going to memorialize all these dwarves right now. Well, actually, I'll do it when an ad break starts, because there's going to be an ad break in a minute here. And then I'm going to need to make a bunch of tombs, probably. But rest in peace, V. You were a good dwarf. The gates are shut, though, so the goblins have nowhere to go. So... I'm not positive I can actually fix this. Maybe I can. We'll see. Because if they see goblins on this side, then they will cancel the construction job there. Let's just go up to here. Memorialize some slabs. I haven't lost any real soldiers in a while, so. And of course it's because I had some malfunctions and forgot to fix all of them. So that's entirely my own mistake. There's a blind cave ogre visiting your fort. It's not visiting. It smells goblin meat. Or dwarven meat, rather. Not goblin meat. Oh, no. What are you doing up here? Silly. Stop it. You should not be allowed to go past that way. Unfortunately, I don't have any more minecarts to send down to send you flying, so... I'll just have to kill you eventually. Let's see if you're brave enough to construct this. No. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to dig this way. Forbid this. Cancel that. And then build it this way. This is what I need to do. Or maybe even this way. Yet. I mean, they can't see, right? So they can hear your dwarves. And it's not attacking you because it hasn't felt threatened yet. But it will feel threatened eventually, and it will attack your dwarves. It's kind of like saying, there's a grizzly bear visiting my living room. Well, visiting. You say that now, but... It's like, yes, that is true to a point, I guess. No, you're confusing Canadian geese with American geese. Canadian geese are welcoming, lovely creatures. It's the American geese you have to fear, Clockwork Dragon. It's a common misconception. It's very easy to spot them because of how they pronounce the letter Z and how they spell color. If they've spelled it wrong, then they're clearly American geese. Okay, so now let's see if this will work. The ogre was just killed by a visitor on the edge of the map. Well, that's funny. The gun, yeah, no doubt. I mean, hey, dude, if a goose had a gun, I also would be afraid. Goose drives in on a tank. Like, you're doing the exact same fucking thing. Okay, so here's what I gotta do. I'm just gonna go plunk a door down here. I mean, not a door. Just go plunk a wall here. I know that they would take the most convenient route. Obviously they would, but... I think Hydra wanted to eat your dwarves. It thought it was going to the all-you-can-eat buffet. Next to the museum. Common, you know, misconception. See, this is the problem with building very intricate systems like this, is when one thing fucks up, then like you have to spend 30 minutes awkwardly sitting there going, well, I'm trying to make it function. If you want to know how to keep your frame rate high, YouTube chat, go to your settings, go to difficulty, go to custom settings, scroll down to Cavern Dweller, scale, and Cavern Dweller maximum attackers, and set those two numbers to 0. That's how I keep my frame rate up. It's by getting rid of the cavern invaders. If you do that, your frame rate will be significantly higher. I hate this. I hate these zombies so freaking much. Just get rid of this tavern for right now. Just get rid of it. And also, thanks for recommending that tutorial, chat. In YouTube chat. Glum after getting into an argument. Word. How's that artifact coming along? They've begun a mysterious construction, so good. That's good. Oh my god. I swear, chat. I want to punch this dwarf. Like, truly, I want to punch this dwarf. Like, they shouldn't be allowed in any of these areas. Yeah, this is the route you're choosing to take, which is going to cause you to cancel the job and then drop the mechanism. You still go the wrong way. Well... Gosh, I wish. Nights are slow. I do wish. It doesn't exist anymore. America deleted it, Dadrick. We have to change OSHA memes to, like, work-safe memes. The Canadian equivalent. I fucking quit. That's it. Like, genuinely. I'm just gonna do this the easy way. Dump fucking lava on their heads. Solve this after the siege. Excuse me? Somehow a goblin managed to get out into my caves and then fought with a forgotten beast and died. I'm very confused. Clearly. I'm just a little bit confused as to how they got out there. Whoopsies. Lava must be falling. Yes, it is. I moved the camera at the exact wrong time. When in doubt, lava? Yeah. 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 I just wish I wasn't so annoyed with this right now. It's like, I know exactly what the problems are, and it's all problems due to my own negligence, so it's like, the only person I have to blame is me. But like, you spend a lot of time and effort building something only for it to like not work is never going to be a great feeling, but. We're just throwing the ammo on it. You know, it's fine. Like my automatic lava throwing device is not working. So instead we'll just throw lava on the problem. And honestly, in this instance, it seems to be working quite swimmingly. Mostly for the goblins. They're learning to swim in lava forcibly. It's also like cleaning up the mess that they left. At least the railguns worked. Even though I have some mysteriously missing, like, minecarts, but... Yeah, I'll look at it in a second. It's a black cap bracelet. It just kind of finished at a very inopportune time. It's a black cap bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with tin and decorated with goat leather and encircled with bands of black cap and spider silk and cave and pig leather. This object menaces with spikes of zinc and beak dog bone. On the item is an image of orange trees and alpaca wool. I'm going to give that as a gift to my king. I mean, my queen. Nice little bracelet. There it is. Why not do it earlier? What the mechanism do? If you weren't here earlier and you didn't see it, I'm not going to explain it again. Mostly because I'm annoyed with it. Simply put, a thing broke last stream and I forgot to fix it. And because of how I have this wired together, I don't have a way of fixing it without, like, killing the goblins in the process. So I'm doing that. Basically. So why not do it earlier? I should have. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. I forgot. That's why. Otherwise, I would have done it earlier, had I not forgotten. Sort of like asking somebody, it's like, well, why didn't you prep lunch? Well, I forgot. Well, why didn't you? Well, because I forgot. But it's about to be fixed now, so. I feel like you messed up something in that sentence. Radbug? I mean, I may be perfect, but currently I feel like a colossal failure. But I'm happy you feel that way. Now it's up again, and all of the minecarts are going again. Now it's firing my lava as it's supposed to, but now I need to turn it off quickly before somebody dies. You know, because it's currently firing these minecarts in circles at a very rapid pace. You know, as it does. And this dwarf may be about to die. Unless the lever that, you know, raises these drawbridges gets pulled, like, right now. Same with you. You may also be about to die. We'll find out. Are you going to make it here, Rith? Rith is. How about you down here? Zasset, are you going to make it? Are you? Yes, you are. Oh, that's a miracle. Craftword, on the other hand, didn't make it. Craftword died due to a goblin who found him. That's unfortunate. Another dwarf from my previous fortress who is a visiting member of the fort now. Let's block this off. And then that off as well. Let's open this up. Open this up. Oh, and then you got paused for some reason. Stop using Web 2.0 devices. Delete your social media accounts that you don't absolutely need. Participate in forums. Stop using Reddit. Get off of social media. And the social media that you do use social media that is, how do I put this? Not algorithm driven, or less algorithm driven. Intentionally seek out old parts of the internet, or people working on the internet in the way that it used to be. Go read a blog. That's how you get that old internet feeling again. Well, this is just going to flood with lava again. I mean, it's largely fine. The drains are now open. That's Adil, Bismuth, and Rigoth. Okay, I just need to make a bunch of tombs is what I need to do, so let's just do that. I'm just going to go make tombs for a bit. You only go to websites with a guest book and a hit counter and active users, yes. I mean, it's something that I've been pushing towards for a while now, and it's probably something that's going to cost me money and hurt my career in the long term, to be honest. You know, I value the way community felt in grassroots OG internet, I guess. Or maybe not OG, but older internet. Even though it's, you know, it's a lot harder to make money in that kind of internet. Which is one of the reasons I think I like Twitch so much, is because it does have a little bit of that feeling, even though by all counts it is not that era of the internet. All right, let's go. Let's go do that. It's becoming less useful by the day. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, it's not an uncommon take. Like the modern internet being less useful. It's a pretty, I would say, relatively standard take these days. Which I guess says a lot. But I don't know. I wouldn't say I hate it. I just wish that people were more receptive to things that are more akin to the older internet. Like, I've been using Blue Sky quite a bit because, you know, I am an influencer at the end of the day. I need some sort of social media. But the thing that hurts me the most about Blue Sky is how many people, oh, I see what I'm seeing on my screen. It's literally that. Okay, now I feel dumb. The thing that hurts me the most about Blue Sky are people that complain that it doesn't have an algorithm. It's like, well, you could go get one if you want, but like, it does make the thing worse. Same with like Mastodon. It's why I like Mastodon. I feel like I actually talk to people on Mastodon. I have conversations with people on Mastodon. It's the reason I'm hosting a blog instead of using Patreon's blogging features. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely turn off mobile notifications. Have pastimes that don't equal just staring at your phone is a big one. Now apparently I need to make rock coffins again. Rock salt it is. How do I make a demon military officer? You don't? A lot of adventure mode shenanigans is the actual response. And even then, you may not be able to do it, nor are you guaranteed to be able to make it work. But simply put, that's not really something you can do. You have a demon? Okay. Well, then you've done something that I don't have. So, congrats. Okay. What is he listed as? Is he a citizen? Is he a wild animal? Is he hostile? Is he friendly? Because if he's a citizen, then just add him to your military. But I'm sensing he's not based on your statement, so. Long-term visitor? Okay. Well, if he becomes a member of the faction, then you can join it. Also, is it a demon or is it a necromancer experiment? Click on it, click on their health, and click on their description. I think. And it should say who made them first in this text up here, if it's a necromancer experiment. Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie him in a knot? Can you tie him in a bow? Speaking of, that's the least nightmare. These are the humans that are attacking me. The Tactical Union. And I presume these are the goblins who attacked me. Do they have a population that doesn't have like 10,000? We're going to go attack them. But I'm going to wait for a little bit. Because we are training a bunch of war rhinos. And I'm going to send this squad, well, this squad with more or better soldiers in it. Fully decked out. And I'm going to use them to go invade. Led by Kavish. Ooh, I should also send the rocks. Nah, we're not going to send the rocks. It's too much work. Bringing a bunch of war rhinos. So Donut, you get to go to war leading rhino cavalry. I'm done with these goblins getting free reign of my house. Now the problem is I need to figure out how to get them to the surface. I guess this is the way up. Yeah, and I'll just need to put a pillar there. Well, then I would recommend talking to somebody and asking them for a task. The actual answer to that question is quests in adventure mode don't really work. You can sort of go out on pretty vague, I would say, tasks, but you don't really get a reward for completing them in any real useful manner. So there's no particular benefit to them. They're just a thing that you can do. Basically, like, a quest in adventure mode is like the equivalent of going to the bar and hearing a weird story from a regular about a cool car he had one time and then deciding you're going to go find it. That is kind of how quests in adventure mode work. As in, they kind of don't. I feel like that's an insult, and I'm trying not to insult it. You know, Starfield is a Christian rock band, by the way. Whenever people talk about Starfield, it amuses me because I just... Reign of the Stars has been found dead. What? I beg your pardon? What the heck happened to you? Oh, there's still invaders on the map. Well, that'll do her. Wait until Bethesda releases Creed. I think their days of having titles for games that are not sequels for things are over for a while, but... Add them to the masses. Their memories echo off into history. But that would be pretty funny. I will give you that. You know, the more you mention it, the more I just want to time you out for constantly mentioning it, Armitage. You know, I have this, like, thing where it's just like, if you keep bringing something up, eventually you're going to redeem a dwarf, and I'm going to refund the points and give it to someone else. I'm a very spiteful human being. Just so that you're aware. Of adventure mode quests and doing something as being rewarded versus every other game is... Besides, Radbug, you do or not Radbug, Armitage, you do realize the Dwarf Redemption is available right now, right? You could just go redeem it. So, you know what? I'm going to do this. Oh, never mind. Zachar beat you to it. I was going to redeem it and then give it to somebody that wasn't Armitage. If any handler dwarves are free. You want an animal trainer, I guess? Them's my animal trainers. Which one would you like? We got Erosh, Kumil, or Saigon. It's not your fault this time. I mean, I'm very happy that it is. It's out of stock? Yeah, because you didn't refresh your stream once. You know what? Armitage, I'm going to tell you this. Because you were doing the equivalent of, are we there yet? You are now no longer allowed to redeem another dwarf. But which one would you like, Sacker? You'll take any of them? All right, we'll give you the top one. I'm waiting for the ad to be done. I don't know. We'll see. Zephyrus. I don't like to speculate until we see things. But hopefully cool. Ideally different. Pretty happy. You're a miner. You've seen a bunch of dead bodies recently. It's been a rough week. It's cold out there in the wind. It's pretty warm where I'm at, but what's up, El Tanko? I give up with you, Armitage. That's all I have to say. It's things like this and discussions like this and the constant bringing up and the asking and the pestering that genuinely makes me want to go back to the way I used to do these things with dwarves, where I just didn't give names to anybody ever except for when I felt like it, and then I just named a few people, which is how I used to do it. Y'all are making me want to do that, so don't ruin a good thing for other people. He is often sad and dejected and lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is bashful and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and has a greedy streak and tends to be passive in discussions. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and isn't given to flights of fancy. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He occasionally overindulges and is very humble, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Simply put, naming dwarves like this is a fun little chat side thing. It's not the entire focus of the stream, and when it becomes the entire focus of the stream, it actually makes me not want to give you a dwarf, ever. So. Redeem a dwarf eventually. Or don't. I don't care. He personally doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and sees war as a useful means to an end. He likes tin and shell opal, and low boots and backpacks, and armor stands and bracelets, and totems and ducks for their quacks, and the sound of the lace of the silk, and the sight of the silkiness of festival, and when possible, prefer to consume buffalo cheese and plum wine, and hates moon snails. Back from ad hell. It's okay. I can read. There's a big pop-up at the top of the screen when there's an ad, Zacker. So when the ads are done, it goes away. So if I'm doing something or chatting with somebody who's not subscribed, I presume they can't see the stream for a minute 30. I also like ducks for their quacks. Montecore. Very much so. Clearly not. They're clearly not there. He personally doesn't respect a society that's... I already read that. He likes tin, shell, opal, and low boots, and backpacks, and armor stands, and bracelets, and totems, and ducks for their quacks. Worships the god of death, has several friends in the fortress, and is a member of the Order of Dust. You got a notification that you're getting a bonus. Holy shit. You'd like to share it with you guys. What mug do you want, chat? Vile Force of Mug. Okay, so... Chat, Neezer here is wanting to do a giveaway. Which mug should Neezer give away? Those are the selections in their statement. Type in the number that you would like to vote for. So 1 through 10. And now let's read Armitage's dwarf so that they stop complaining. The mildly upset child, who is 5 years old, is currently carrying a boulder and actually is a legendary stonecrafter. Has some mittens and some socks, and is a coward and completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted with danger. I swear to God I didn't do that one intentionally. He is gripped by crippling shyness and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Relies on the advice of others during decision making, and lacks confidence in his abilities. Is a perfectionist, and likes a little excitement now and then. Likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a greedy streak and is very humble and can handle stress, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally, does not respect the law. Respects power. No, he doesn't. And sees competition as wasteful and silly. Does not particularly value the truth. Likes bismuth and alexandrite and giant brown recluse spider silk, short swords, hatch covers, and reindeer for their large herds. And when possible, prefers to consume giant capybara and pendant amaranth beer. Can't stand mussels. All right. We did it. They're already dead. Stop beating a dead horse. Now, the real question is Armitage going to hate me now? Kind of just want to force this general to join the fort. Use DF hack to do that. I mean, you definitely don't respect the law either, so... I mean, it all checks out, really. Okay. What the heck was I doing? Checking in on my squads that are in the process of leaving the map. So many random dead dwarves. And also, congrats on the bonus, Neezer. YouTube folks, there's going to be a merch giveaway in the Twitch chat if you happen to have a Twitch account and want to pop over and type in ! enter in a minute. The other thing I should probably check is over here. What do I still need to do on this? I'm running out of space in my lever room. This is bad. Actually, I have to make the lever room bigger. I mean, it's not open yet, but... Focus on the current activity. Yeah, I love it when the dwarves ring true. Yeah, it actually has to start, but... Neezer is on a phone, and I think that's probably got something to do with it. There's a Monera on the map fighting with a tortoise. Awesome time to go get provisions there, dwarf. Awesome time to nap, dwarf. At least this is draining pretty quickly, all things considered. Let's also seal this up. Also, the giveaway of 5 more mugs is rolling. So now you type an ! enter. Hey, Pedinsky, it's good to see you, mate. This might be the most entrances a mug giveaway has had in a very long time, because I don't think I've ever seen somebody do a preamble before said giveaway to warn people. So that's cool. Thank you. That's how you generate hype. Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, omnipotent disappointment. Your username is how I feel right now about this contraption. It's like I'm a bit of an omnipotent disappointment myself. May the odds be in your favor? Yeah, best of luck to everyone. Maybe not everyone. Just most of you. Only the nice ones. The mean ones, you don't really get luck. But thank you. Neezer, appreciate you. Well, the amount was just 2% of the bonus. That's a pretty large percent, dude. Holy crap. Mikael. Also, it's good to see you, by the way. Some Otters, Stride Derby, Anner Bunny, and Josh the 123. If you click on that redeem link, you get the opportunity to name a dwarf. I'll also add that if you miss the redeem link for some reason, if you type in !redeem, it's just a command that'll make that link appear. Or just go to, a blind IRL-shop.fourthwall.com/redeem. To redeem your dwarf. And I appreciate you. I will have you know that the Vile Force of Mug is far and away my highest selling mug by like a factor of 12. It is beyond my most popular thing by a lot. Apple tree and panda bone. Reign of the Stars must have just been visiting. You just got it in the mail yesterday? Hell yeah, dude. So I think that it's literally just this last dwarf that needs to leave the map. So much puke, yeah. Yeah, it happens. I would describe it as suboptimal. There's also ghosts. Kumail has risen and is haunting the fortress. Which, from what I can tell, has to still be memorialized. So many tombs. Sounds like a great Halloween party. I have a fort about this. Ghost candy. That was a good fort. It's the one with the hunted in the thumbnail with the big ghost. In that fort, we just didn't memorialize anybody who died. So it just... The fortress just kind of went nuts by the end of it due to ghosts constantly killing people. It's a good time. Also, fun fact, did you know that ghosts can die of old age in Dwarf Fortress? Like, when they reach their natural death age, they just disappear. Which I think is really funny. And I hope they never get rid of that. It's like, yeah, in the YouTube, in the Twitch chat, you type an exclamation point merch, but in the YouTube, it should be in the description of the stream. Moby ba 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 vo ba 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 bo bo. That's that person's name. I didn't just say sounds. Somewhere between the year 150 and 170 is when dwarves die of old age. I don't know that logic, no. I think their age might reset when they become a ghost, but they do in fact die of old age. Between the 16th and 21st, it's pretty quick. No, I was just reading a YouTube username that I think was face roll keyboard. It's a natural occurrence. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of DF hacking. Just join the goddamn fortress. Quit leaving. I just inherited myself another noble, yeah. But it's fine. Well, the thing is, they stick around, they hang around for maybe a week or two, and then they leave, and I'm just kind of getting tired of them randomly dying outside of the map, so, or on the surface to sieges, so, because there's only two of them, it's just a general and a diplomat. When the next general shows up, I'll probably do the same thing, and then I'll just eventually make them into nobles. So, squad leaves, somebody's already dead. Well, that's a good sign. Let's see how Menace Skull, the fighting at Menace Skull does. Good news is this is clearing up pretty quick. The other question is, though, let's just connect these real quick. Why don't I just connect them both to one lever? I've kind of thought that maybe having two levers would be more efficient, but if I just connect them both to the same lever, I can just give it a pull all at once. Let's play floor is lava, but the floor is lava. The floor literally is lava. Have you seen the floor? It burns when my feet touch it, and I can't feel my face. All right, so let's just go down here and clean this up. And also, let's drop into here, and, ooh. Burning hot magma. Is that like piping hot beepus? The floor explains floor you. The floor explains floor you. Naturally. Flight home in the morning. Winners enjoy this superior mugs, the highest quality of mugs. You have a safe flight, Neezer. And congrats again on the raise. Or bonus, rather. Similar, but not the same thing. Do I have time to cook a meal before Star Sector starts? You've got an hour 10. So it depends on what you're cooking. I mean, if you're making like, you know, a slow-cooked lamb shank that'll take 72 hours to properly stew in the pot that you've put it in, probably not. If you're just, you know, making a sandwich, yeah, you got tons of time. Yeah, the last time I played Star Sector, it was still called Starfarer. So I'm calling it first time Star Sector, even though technically I've played Star Sector before. It just wasn't called Star Sector back then. For him to watch the battles. I guess I'm just going to have to keep explaining this. I have a spot for the dwarves to watch, which is up here, but they're not actually going to be able to watch the battles because 1, they don't like that. They actually hate it. 2, it's bad for literally everything. And 3, it would be very dangerous. I'd probably make the frame rate real bad. So I'm not going to directly allow them to watch the fighting because that would not be good. But they already kind of have a spot to watch. I mean, I see it was a C-section joke now, but I also didn't read the whole comment because I've had so many people ask if the dwarves are going to be able to watch the violence that I just kind of defaulted to the default response for, you know, default reasons. So I apologize. I did very much miss the joke, but I see it now. Well, I'm not a dad and I also make dumb jokes, so I don't believe that being a dad is a qualification for dad jokes. Not really into joke gatekeeping here. Guess I will knock 2 of these out so that these lower levels will be accessible from the upper levels. I think this is going to look pretty awesome when it's done. You're a mom and you make dash. I don't know why that's funny, but it is. I think like the ability to tell dad jokes just means that you know how the English language works, and that just means you're smart. So all I'm saying is dad jokes are a sign of intelligence. And if you don't like them, that's a sign of a thin skin. Duh. The only time I don't like dad jokes, though, or rather, the only time dad jokes are lost on me is when somebody tells a joke that requires you to hear somebody say it out loud for it to make sense. Because there's definitely times where like someone will say like a pun or something in my chat, and I'll just like read over it, and it like won't even register. And then like 5 minutes later, someone in chat's like, "You do realize that was a joke, right?" I'll be like, what? I beg your pardon? All right, so these squaddies are returning from the murdering. How do you think they did, chat? I can tell you we lost 1 soldier, but how do you think they did? Do you think they did okay, or do you think they did terribly? We went and attacked the goblins with an army of war rhinos. Is he a heel in this wrestling contest? We went and raided. The Tower of Clobbering attacked the Drool of the Least Nightmare. The Vice of Drool of the Least Nightmare. Donut led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Sek, Or Keck. Check? I don't know. Donut outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. My rhinos are already getting kills, it seems. 2 rhinos have gotten kills, including their leader died to one of my to one of the goblins. The rhinos seem to be doing good work so far. Honestly, I think these rhinos are doing pretty great, actually. All of these kills so far have been rhinos. Porcelet! Thanks for the 21st month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Snail! Snail died. Was struck down by a goblin. Rest in peace, Snail. Yushrir was struck down. Wait, what? Also, the Steps of Lightning is such a cool name for this place. Which is weird. I'd swear that Snail returned. Oh, I see. Snail is just like permanently off map. Well, okay. Let's send them back out. Where are we now? We're going to go avenge Snail. Howdy, Zildy. How's things? You know, you said went to dunk, little bro, and you know, honestly, I'm not gonna finish reading this joke. It could be the funniest joke in the world, but I'm okay. It could genuinely be the most hysterical thing ever written, and I'll be honest with you, I don't need to see the rest of it. I just ain't nobody got time for that, man. Oh, I can tell that it's dumb. I know. I don't need you to tell me that it's dumb. I know already. I can see that. Oh, that's funny. Green power. That one I like. A+ on that. Like, to me, like, the whole idea of a funny pun is it has to be, like, quick. You have to slam somebody in the face before, like, they realize that you're telling a joke, right? Otherwise, all you're really doing is saying some annoying nonsense that doesn't matter, right? So the long lead up, it doesn't really work in the case of a pun, unless you're standing in person and telling a joke, right? Unless your name is Norm MacDonald, I ain't gonna give you the time, though. Love Norm. Many did. You got bad news about Norm, then? I mean, I'm aware, but it's not really news, more just a fact. Pour one out for Norm MacDonald, I guess, as Josh thus said. And also for Porcelet, yeah, that too. We're in an ad break. Chat, I'm gonna go grab my lunch. I'll be right back. BRB. Bobbity bobbity. High return. Hello, Tiny. Can dwarves see through gem windows? They can see through gem windows, just not very far. So if there's like an enemy on the other side of a gem or a glass window, and a dwarf walks past it, they will run away screaming. Instead of, walking past it. Dad jokes are okay, dad-splaining is not. I think giving unwanted advice is not okay in general. It's genuinely kind of shocking to me how many wheelbarrow dwarves are still actively working in their wheelbarrow core, moving boulders around as needed. It's just kind of awesome. Like, there's so many wheelbarrows. I already got rid of most of them yet. Here they are. Yet here they are. Have I ever played GeoGuessr? Not prolifically, but I've played it. Why? It's something I've played in the past at family gatherings. Like, how do I put this? Similarly to like how you would play Jackbox or something. Where are all the boulders going? Here, let me follow one of them and we'll show you. It goes up the stairs. And then up those stairs. And then into this stockpile. Where it'll sit for a little bit. Then it's grabbed again by a dwarf. And placed into a minecart to go into that one stockpile with the child in it. And now I know that the minecart looks like a dress, but trust me, there's a minecart under that dress. That sounded like the beginning of a dirty joke. Okay, this is a problem. Oh. Seems like we actually killed the Minera finally. They'll form a convoy and block the exits? Oh, definitely. By leaving all their wheelbarrows in the exit door, right? Fear the holler unions, I guess. Okay, so now that my mouth is full, I'm just going to place some blocks right there. And chuck a sheep on this. They should be going to do that. Yep, they're on it. And then we can catch the next beast. Assuming it's still in the caverns, which it should be. I beg your pardon? It's not a forgotten beast, so that is horrifying. A were-mammoth necromancer, yeah. Holy shit. I think that was one of your first Skyrim characters? A mammoth familiar necromancer? Catch it? I fucking hope I do. Because if I don't, we're in trouble. It depends on where it is. And because of how the fort is currently set up, I'm very concerned it's already in my fort. This could be very bad. The were-mammoth necromancer Kier Tolisinach Shazpiliv has come. A very large mammoth, twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow red. Its dark brown hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. Fuck yeah, I do! Well, the good news is, it's not in my fort. The bad news is, it's almost in my fort. The good news is, I can lock the door to my fort. Bad news is, my squads just came back. Where? Uh-oh. The good news is, my squads just came back? So my squads are back. There's a pangolin corpse and this fucker. That's, Wait, are you friendly? No. You're also not friendly with the were-mammoth. So the were-mammoth is killing and resurrecting this goblin repeatedly, and also fighting with the pangolin. And my squads are right there. So let's tell my squads that they are now in combat and hope for the best. Here we go. Wish us luck. This dwarf is now running up and begins the fighting. The goblin Pike Master Empty Stalker misses. Pike Master? Why are you a legendary pikeman? Okay. How did you become a legendary pikeman? Were you just fighting with this pangolin the whole time? Well, this dwarf is going to get very skilled very quickly. Hacks the goblin. Empty stalker in the upper body with a battle axe. Why are you attacking the goblin? Hacks the goblin pike master stalker in the hand with a battle axe. I'm just going to tell my squads to go station right here. I don't know why Flaccid Yam is out here, by the way. I'm going to open this door back up so you can go inside. So an arm just flew off, I think? What is you? Yeah, so this weremammoth's arm went flying. Have you been bit? No, you haven't. But did turn to the weremammoth and hacked his arm apart. Also tore his eyelid. So my Baron is diving into the fighting like a big dummy. And strikes the mutilated corpse. I'm not sure why Flaccid Yam has decided to fight, but here we are. This is my Duke. So this is a weremammoth. This is a mammoth twisted into humanoid form. This isn't a normal mammoth. This is a weremammoth. So, also, fun fact, mammoths don't exist in Dwarf Fortress outside of weremammoths. Also has been bit by a goblin. So, Flaccid Yam here is already bleeding. The goblin punches the Duke. And pulls the right shoulder. You haven't been bit by the, mammoth just yet, but I think that this might be... Okay, so the mammoth appears to be dead. Did you get bit? It doesn't appear that you did. Okay, so it's the weremammoth is now dead. The weremammoth necromancer is now dead, but there's still 2 additional... What the heck is that? Neko Elishal? Oh, was that's the Shale Scepter that my Baron was walking around with. Where'd my Baron go? Oh. Flaccid Yam is no longer with us. Rest in peace, Flaccid Yam. You shall be remembered. If I go over to here... You should get buried there. And Suxul here is still fighting, killing the last few of the creatures. And there's a very bloody stalker human thing here. And then there's a pangolin corpse. Pangolin corpses aren't immortal, are they? No, they are just beating the crap out of it. It's probably pretty decent training. Are we also fighting with you, or are you friendly? This one appears to be friendly, so... I'm a little worried about this. Well, they're all fighting with it. So I guess that's a good thing? I guess. I'm just going to exterminate this, because I think this might really cause some issues if it stays there for eternity. Cole the woodcutter's been found dead. Why? Who is Cole, and why are you dead? The woodcutter Cole is fighting with what? Did you kill him? I didn't have a tantrum. Well, that's odd. Why any crimes committed? That's amazing. I had a were-mammoth, not a were-man. A were-mammoth, which also happened to be a necromancer. I don't think anybody got bit. Also, my squad's just returned from another siege. This time they have a spoils report, so let's see what they got. A leather cap and a loincloth. Lovely. How big does that get? How big does what get? You're going to need to be a bit more descriptive with that question. The necromancer... The human necromancer Deng. We struck them down. Another human was struck down. Another human was struck down. We struck down some death ghouls. More humans were struck down. Not a bad secondary fight. Is there any other kind of underpants super magic box? Also, a loincloth really is underwear the way that you think. Emperor Iron. Mm-hmm. Sure, can do. Just wait for this to finish. We also looted treasure. But it does seem like a bunch of the treasure we looted was books. Let's go back to training. You wanted a bearded military dwarf. You're getting this one. Emperor Iron, orc bound, is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He's deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He has a great trouble in mastering fear when confronted with danger, and he feels, I can't see, and he often feels discouraged, and he likes to keep a little excitement now and then, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to avoid crowds. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. And he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He laughs loudly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals and dreams of creating a great work of art, and has a negative view of those who exercise power of others and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes schist and zinc and fire agate, as well as urami fabric and gems and the words of the fancy meditations and the sound of the euphoric butterfly and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey and single grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates worms. And wants to make romance. And you've got several friends. It affects how well they get along with other dwarves and what things they prioritize. They all kind of link to something. The wiki has a lot of information about that. Okay, so let's just real quick jump back down here. Adventure mode also makes a lot of that stuff more clear. I'm sorry, do you have... Oh, no. This sheep I'm about to sacrifice to a forgotten beast just had a baby. Which is kind of funny. Let's open this sucker up. And go here and type in the word beast. What? You telling me they're all gone? Well, that's unfortunate. All that work for nothing is what you're telling me. Well, that sucks. What a lucky sheep. Well, I mean, they're still next on the chopping block for the monster mash, but, you know. Kind of looks like Captain America's shield a little bit. Let's go down here, here, here. Do this. That, and that. And unforbid all of these. I'm not gonna lie, the whole platinum minecarts thing is turning out to be very inconvenient. But it's fine. Let's just delve back down to the arena real quick, because I gotta get something digging. So, red side of the arena, which is gonna be this side, it's gonna be where hell's gonna come from. So let's just go here. And go all the way down. Though I should stick to areas where I know that there's going to be space. Let's just see, where can I go? Could just go over to here. Works for me. Let's just dig to right there. Because if I go over here, there's one right there. And if I go down into the Magma Sea again, there's one right there. There's one right there. Where's that in comparison to where I just was? This looks like one. But I don't think it actually is. I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into here. Dig up to here. Go down into there. Just explore a little bit more. And then also go up to here. And get rid of this for right now. It depends on what I'm trying to do, and it changes almost every fort. R3L. But chat, When you are starting a new fort, how deep do you usually dig? I am very much a I don't like doing the same things twice kind of person, so my format kind of just changes pretty wildly depending on what I'm doing that day. And the vibe of said fortress. I think I'm just going to fill the bottom of this with glass. Like this fort, I kind of just dug down to the first cavern layer and we built in there because I kind of wanted to build in the first cavern layer. I think the next fort I do, I'll probably just dig straight down to the lava sea and then say goodbye to the surface forever because I already know what my next theme's going to be. But, I mean, it varies pretty wildly for me. And it depends entirely on what I'm doing in that particular fort. And there we go. That'll be the bottom of the arena. But yeah, you want to at the very least get below the dirt is probably like the actual advice to give there. So you want to get below the dirt. And the reason you want to get below the dirt is you want to be far enough down that you're probably not going to like, you know, get drained, or rather get flooded. You're significantly less likely to flood yourself if you're a little bit further down. Yeah, exactly. Just below the dirt. Fallout vaults. Every vault is a different torture device with different experiments. Well, what's a torture device if not like a way of doing science, you know? You write it down. I think there's a bit more to it than that. Sorry. Made me choke on my spit. Let's get 2 more squads in here. I'm getting less picky the longer the forts go. The only time you wish you'd learned to drive is grocery day. So I got bad news, Flaccid Yam. Do you want the good news or the bad? You're no longer with us, my friend. So, yeah, rest in peace to the most flaccid of yams. You had a good run, honestly. You died to a zombie that had been resurrected by a necromancer weremammoth. I realize that that was quite the sentence, but it's what happened, so... and for those of you wondering, in about 30 minutes, we'll be swapping over to Star Sector here. In about 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it is one hell of a way to die. Your reign of tyranny? I don't know about that. I mean, the bedroom supply is pretty bad, but... At least it wasn't goblins. I mean, like I said, Necromancer Weremammoth was enough to make me go, holy shit. So, you know, there's that. Something, we do what we must because we can, not John. Although, admittedly, we've lost quite a few very good dwarves today, which is kind of a bummer, but... He'll never leave again. Yeah, go AFK on my stream, die. Typical. Let's do 20 steel shields. Something's up with this. Let's do 30 steel shields and steel spears. I think so, Shy. Yep. Yeah, you're still alive, still very happy, too. Still very happy, too. I have too much shale blocks. Like, a lot of shale blocks. I have a feeling this might give us a view of this cavern layer briefly. Let's go to Happy Dwarf. I mean, yep. No. Wow, that's lucky. And down in here... I'm actually just going to cut this chunk off. Just so I don't need to deal with it. Actually, let's just go down to here and just go up to there. And let's speed this up a little bit. So they prioritize one section. Looks like it. Yep, you are in fact the legendary miner. Although I'd say becoming a legendary miner is one of the easier things to get legendary in. Just in general. So many construction jobs. So little time. It's been so long since I've actually had a large amount of clear glass in a fort. It's kind of amazing, actually, to see. Where the hell are you going, dwarf? Kind of doesn't look like they're moving at all. It's odd. I'm glad to be welcomed to my chat. Reswin. It's good to see you. This is still the same fort. I've been playing this fort for 2 months. This is still Fortress Headpunch. Capital of the world. Well, of this faction. This will also probably be the last fort I play in this world. I don't see myself doing another one in this world. As fun as this world has been, it's a bit of a nightmare, this fort. It's also a strange mood. Hold on. Nope, I misread. We had a dwarf that climbed a 12-length wall over water while carrying their baby to fight like 2 cave and Olm crocodiles left over from an invasion. They made it across somehow and then dropped their baby in the fight. Like, into the water? Or did the baby die? Like, was the baby, like, died in the fight, or did the baby drown? The fortress attracted no migrants for this season. Honestly, I think that's for the best. But yeah, c'est la vie. I agree. Frame rates are brutal currently, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I think that I will be surprised if I'm not done with this fort by the end of next week. Like, that's kind of where this fort's at this point. Is like, we're very much kind of edging up towards the finale of this fortress. Like, this fortress has been a blast. I've had a great time with it, but it is very much getting to that time, you know, when it's like, yeah, well, not too much more left to do here on this one. For whatever that's worth. The arena is beautiful. I'm glad you think so. I think it's pretty cool looking myself. It will be a real bummer if I'm not able to make anything really fight in it, but we'll see what we can do. The mother themselves fell in the water and got up, but the kid didn't survive the Olm. Oh no, that's tragic. Well, rest in peace to the child. I do think this arena is kind of awesome looking. It'll be even cooler once all this construction is done too. Let's just follow this stuff. I don't know what command you're looking for. Generally in this chat, it's a better thing to just ask a question instead of looking for a command, because there probably isn't a command, but somebody will probably answer your question. I am painfully lazy. If I was less lazy, then maybe I would have a command. But... This is the one I am... Yeah, this is still that same one, Chaco. This is, in fact, the one where I used the Embark Anywhere DF hack command and had magic potions. This is still that same fort. I've been running this fort now for like 35 years in game, I think. Yeah, it's been a great fort. I've had a great time with it. I mean, I was talking earlier about like the problems that sometimes happen with longer term forts, but I've been having a blast with this fort. It has been a great time. And we are slowly getting towards the finale here as well. Actually, just get rid of all this. Don't need it. Okay, so who's doing the stairs? Not you. You're going up. But not John, what you looking for, if I can ask? Are you looking for what Star Sector is, or when Star Sector starting? Because it's kind of like Mountain Blade in space. Or Kenshi in space. And it's not available on Steam. It's like 20 bucks, I think. Maybe it's 15. Actually, can't remember how much it was. We've got a artifact, which is a gem cutter, and they've claimed a jeweler's workshop. That'll be fun. I was going to say, I really hope it wasn't that dwarf who just ran off, but... Big channel. Okay. You couldn't be further from the... You couldn't be in a more inconvenient spot, dwarf, for this task, but we'll wait. I don't know, Chad, have you guys been enjoying this fort? I think my opinions of this fort have been pretty well documented in the last 5 minutes. I mean... I genuinely have had a blast with this fort. Since it's infamous for just being unforgiving to new players. But, like, so's Mountain Blade. I think there's just less new players for Mountain Blade. The original Mountain Blade was not, like, a well-explained game at all. Although maybe it's because I played OG Mountain Blade, like, without internet and no guides, so... And this specific fort is 10 out of 10. I rarely stay in forts this long, so. You love seeing the fan varieties. Varieties of the fan, especially when they work. Unlike today. The tiling in this fort is noticeably delectable. Aw, thank you. I guess my, like... unexpected minor obsession with interior decorating YouTube is showing. You know, it's kind of funny, actually. Video that people have asked me to make more than maybe anything else is, Blind, would you ever make a video that is a tutorial on how to make an arena to make monsters fight? And I used to always just be like, no. And I still kind of feel that way because, like, you know, get your own creativity. I'm not here to teach you how to be creative. That's kind of a take that I've always had. Good take or not, it's always been a take. And personally, I very much feel that way still. That like, oh yeah, well, go get your own creativity. I'm not here to be creative on your behalf. And here I finally am doing it. Like, I don't think I've had an arena in a fort since Waterlungs. Pretty sure Waterlungs had an arena. The gem cutter has created Sarik Stetad, a perfect praise, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is a perfect gem. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in praise. Well, that's cool. Let's chuck that. Why are you in hospital? No treatment scheduled. Well, that's good. Well, it's less of a that and more of a, like, how do I make a construction that works as an arena? It's like, I don't know, build an arena. Was honestly always just my response. But yeah, we are almost there. We are almost there for this construction. But yeah, I'm not too worried about any kind of difficulty stuff when it comes to Star Sector, by the way. It's kind of not even really a concern. Like, I'm sure it'll be tricky and there will be stuff to learn, and that's fine. But that's part of games like that. Restarting and dying and dying and restarting and restarting and dying and dying and restarting. It's part of the game. Been there, done that with many other games. I learned to play Caves of Cud before it had any animations whatsoever, so... How is everyone? Doing pretty well. Hello, yourself? We're going to be swapping off of Dwarf Fort pretty soon, though, and playing some Star Sector. Oop. Kind of screwed this up. I missed the Were-Mammoth Necromancer. And my trap not working because I forgot to fully set it back up. You know, lots of fun stuff today. Lots of fun stuff and me sighing. It's kind of funny. It's like, I can play this game perfectly competently with decent FPS or with terrible FPS. But when the frame rate gets bad, my willingness to be patient and check everything goes down. I don't know what it is. Like, it makes me worse at the game. Which is kind of funny. But let's go down to here. Go up. This is probably the one that we should go for. So where's the other one? It's right there. Kind of didn't do this the most conveniently, but Eh. There we go. That'll be fine. I mean, it'd be weirder if the Weremammoth didn't have arms, but if it was here trying to sell me a copy of ARMS for the Nintendo Switch, that would be the weirdest. That would, in fact, be the strangest thing I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. If a Necromancer Weremammoth showed up with a copy of ARMS for the Nintendo Switch, that would genuinely be the weirdest thing I've ever seen while I was playing this game. Why is it popular today among the streamers? Because streamers have good taste. I don't know. I've owned it since it was called Starfare. My email to purchase it was back in 2013. It recently got a big patch. It's one of those games that I am reminded exists every 6 months and go, I'll wait for the next patch. And I finally just kind of said, fuck it. So I don't know. I don't really pay attention to what other streamers are doing. If a lot of other people have been playing it, I don't know, news to me. You know, if you could I can flip a switch with my arms. Does that count? You know, actually, let's just get rid of all this up here. Man, they're never going to make another Wild Arms game, and that hurts me a little bit. Wild Arms was cool. Wild Arms was cool. So that mother's in, you know, honestly, she may have not noticed that her kid's dead yet. If she has that, if that mother has 12 kids, she might just be like, yo, where's Eurist? Has anybody seen Eurist? Did she witness somebody die? Because it is certainly possible she just didn't see her kid die. And if you buried the kid quickly, she might not even be aware of it. And if she dreams of raising a family, she may have just she may be so happy with the family that she has that she just hasn't realized that she's missing one. Ideally, you'll be able to see demons pouring in through this, by the way. She dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Yeah, I mean, she's raising a family, all right. I guess she doesn't really care about how big. Dwarf Fortress gets kind of grim sometimes. Kind of. Yeah, hopefully it'll be a good time. Hopefully chat can assist the early stages of learnings as well, Stormire. I mean, I've taught most of you how to play Dwarf, or maybe not most, a lot of you how to play Dwarf Fortress, so hopefully you guys will help me learn Star Sector. You know, it's a help me help you kind of situation. Seems like a fair trade to me. I don't know about you. Most of you is a fair statement. Well, I don't want to toot my own horn too loudly, okay? Also, something I haven't told any of you is that I've been building ballista arrows this whole time. Now, admittedly, that is on orders of the royalty. Maybe we can try firing some ballistas. You know, I'm not going to call this person out in particular. I've noticed a lot of people refollowing me recently who are like longtime followers and or subscribers. Is like everybody accidentally unfollowing somehow? What's happening? Because a couple of people have been like, I think I unfollowed accidentally recently. So now I'm like genuinely starting to wonder. I presume some of them are intentional, which is why I'm not calling you out. But like, I keep seeing it. It's like, what's going on? Well, I don't own a horn, so it'd be really weird if I tooted one suddenly. The art is grayed out and it makes it easy to unfollow. Yeah, I mean, I've absentmindedly clicked it before going, what did this button do? So, what's up, man? It would genuinely be funny, Midnight X, if you weren't following me. I don't know, I like to presume that all unfollows are accidental, because then it makes me feel like I'm not just pissing people off constantly, which is also a possibility. And if that's the case, then I'm sorry. Nobody's perfect, and we know for a fact I'm not. Whew. Why is channeling so hard in the frames? Frame rate literally doubled when they finished channeling the last bit of that. You unfollowed because a few because at the top. You unfollowed a few because at the top of For You is stories, distracting colors. So I've been making clips into stories because I get a full screen pop-up on my dashboard every single time I'm highlighting a VOD so I can export it to YouTube, and it's just like, do you want to make this into a story? I'm like, I guess so, I don't know. Is that annoying? Should I not do that? It does get them views. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, really. I just have them disabled, so I don't actually see the stories on my screen. Nuke that and that. It's still there, though? I think FFZ has a tool to make it go away. I don't know. I also just kind of, like, don't ever go anywhere on following and just, like, open up a stream I want to watch and then ignore literally everything else forever. Is kind of how I function. So. I learned at one point, Lucky, that you can only follow a maximum of 1,000 streamers. Since then, I've unfollowed like 99% of them because I only watch like 12. If that. Although I do wonder if like an optimal way to use Twitch is to just follow games instead of streamers. I've thought about that a couple times where it's like, what would... Because you can follow a game, right? And then it'll give you a directory that shows up with like the person's face. But yeah, if people find stories annoying, please tell me. I'll stop doing them. You participate in mechanics that sites add because it's a useful thing. Supposedly. Otherwise they wouldn't add it. Or they want you to use it. Following games is a great way to find insane people. Takes one to know one. But anyway, it's good to see you, man. You know, it's Stormire. You need to remember who you're watching, right? Because in YouTube chat, Stormire just says, "Here's a universal hint for Star Sector. If you're playing the campaign, read. There's a ton of lore in the story so far, and it's fantastic." Have you ever watched me play Caves of Cud? It takes me like 2 hours to get outside of the starting town. I'm reading everything. But I presume I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. The actual question I have is, should I bother with the tutorials or just play? You found a person who was streaming Bomberman Act Zero and was speedrunning it for a month. What do you mean? What? Going as in like hadn't stopped streaming for a month? I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Well, the thing is, I have chat, which is like a live action tutorial. So should I depend on chat to backseat, or should I play the tutorials? Because I haven't played this game in like 10 years. Because either works. But if there's like a strong feeling either way, I would just go with one. I think tutorials must. Okay. We'll do tutorials then. Just got to finish some constructions here. I realize I left a spot there that was intentional, because going this way is faster than going out through this. So I used to have this game that I would play with my friend Mitch back in the day, which we would do while we were in queue for League of Legends or waiting for a group of people to pop up. Twitch used to have a random button where it would just give you a random channel on Twitch. And there was a way to filter it where you could get a random channel on Twitch with no viewers. And we would go onto Twitch and see how many times we had to hit the button before one of us found somebody watching porn. And it generally would take less than 2 minutes. Just clicking it. Like that. I was a child once. I was not the most mature, but it never took very long. And then we would report it and see how long it took for the stream to disappear. So maybe I was a cop at one point, but also at the same time, there's worse things you could be doing. I think it's pretty funny. But yeah, no, like the truly hysterical thing is how quick it was usually. Like it never took very long. And let's do Sun Party too. Okay, actually I do need to turn this. No, not you. This. Down, yes. Let's actually not do that there. Let's instead do 1, 2, 3. But yeah, I kind of do miss the random button. There was a website for YouTube a while ago as well that would just give you a random channel that had no subscribers, but lots of videos. Remember that also being an interesting thing. Finding some weird stuff. How old am I? 30? How old do you think I am? I don't recall it being space themed. I recall it just being kind of a blank white background. And then you'd click a button at the top and it would just give you a link and you'd click it. It would just give you a YouTube channel. I'm sure there's many of them. I'm just trying to get most of the current project that I'm working on done and then we'll swap games. I mean, YouTube Shorts does that too. YouTube keeps bugging me to stream to that feed, but it doesn't it seems to be really annoying and tedious to stream both on a normal YouTube feed and to the Shorts feed, so I kind of don't bother because I'd rather just have the normal YouTube feed, YouTube folks, you know? I think you guys also prefer the normal YouTube feed instead of the vertical feed. Blech. But yeah, I guess the big takeaway from today is remember to repair your machines and stop doing stories blind. That's about it. Well, not Dwarf Fortress stories. Those are good. Stop doing Twitch stories. And also, I'm going to go right here. Oh yeah, no, I will keep doing the YouTube stories. Don't worry about that. It's the clip like featuring feature on Twitch for stories that I need to stop doing. As soon as I finish the little thingy that I'm currently working on, Odds TV. And what are the odds, if I can ask? Clear. That's what I want. Clear glass blocks. Sure. You can have containers. And just to make sure, are you taking clear glass? No, you are not. Besides, we got at least 5-6 hours for Star Sector. I'll be going for like 11-12 hours today, probably. Okay. And if it goes well, then we'll do more tomorrow. Otherwise, meh, we'll do more next week. Also, it's kind of funny, because like I played a little bit of Norland a few streams ago. And I realized after I'd played a little bit of Norland that they just announced a really large patch that was coming soon. And I'm like, well, I'll wait for that patch to come out. And then I waited a week, and it didn't come out. And now I'm like, fuck it. Let's go play Star Sector. Let's do something different. And now that Norland patch is out, guys, I can't win. I can't win no matter what I do. I haven't played the game since it was called Starfarer. Why would I mod it? What? I feel like that's a pretty clear concept to grasp. Everybody thinks I'm old, yes. No, it's all good. I am extremely offended and profoundly disturbed, and I want to go cry in the corner of this room. But I do get that a lot, that people think I'm old. My theory as to why people think I'm old on the internet, though, is because of my taste in games. Growing up, my tech, like the stuff that I had, like computers and whatnot, was about 10 to 15 years behind because my family was broke. So I think that might have something to do with it, where people think that I'm older than I am because they're used to somebody, growing up with traditional roguelikes and playing a lot of ASCII games and all that, to probably be older. Because, I played a lot of old games because they were either cheaper and or free or would run on my old-ass PC that I had back in the day. Some otters, what kind of dwarf would you like? We'll get you named, and then we'll move over to Star Sector, I think. But yeah, no, we'll be playing vanilla, to properly answer your question. Does somebody with a beard, no preference outside of that? Although you probably wouldn't think that I was that mature if you watched my streams like 5-6 years ago. I've grown up a lot in the last 5 years. Me at 22 versus 30 is a very different level of maturity. This is your first dwarf in this one, right? Stone Soup detected. I played Stone Soup until they removed food, and now I don't give a shit, and we'll never play Stone Soup again. Unless they put food back. Unless they put the fun meters that made it tedious back in, I have no interest in playing that game again. She never feels hatred toward... Or sorry, he never feels a hatred towards anyone or anything, and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, enjoys the company of others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is often cheerful and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and occasionally overindulges. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. It lives a fast-paced life and isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. That's just because I have no friends with kids. Midnight X. And boy, thanks for the Prime sub. You're a velociraptor that could talk. So you were a man-eating chicken? One of my favorite things about velociraptors is how everybody thinks that they're giant, when in reality they were like the size of a large turkey. Also, I haven't said anything at all today about this, chat, but because that Prime sub just came through. This is a sponsor-free stream. We don't have any sponsors on this channel. And so you guys only see like ads through Twitch and whatnot. So I'm entirely crowdfunded. I have a daily minimum. If I don't hit this daily minimum, it means I didn't even like come close to making minimum wage for streaming for 8 hours. I'm planning to stream for 12 today, and I'm currently $75 off my daily minimum in Twitch revenue. If I add in the YouTube revenue, I'm $71 off of my daily minimum. So, I don't know. If you happen to have a Prime sub lying around, think of me. Tulin Tapioca has been elected to the position of Holy Crypt of the Order of Dust. Yeah. My current Fortress Tapioca? You are. Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that could happen. Thanks for checking out a gift, Clockwork Dragon. Appreciate you, mate. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you. Even though you were literally 0 when Rogue came out. Horrid. I think that's how you say that. Thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. You relive, but you see what you mean. Zoomers generally don't run into these genres. Well, I mean, I don't know. Different people act differently, like different things. But thank you very much for that instant hype train. Josh, as well, thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Should probably hotkey this somewhere. And Horrid, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1 as well. Appreciate you. Hey, you got Tsunami. I know that person. Could also throw green glass in here. I'm basically going to make a clear glass tower down into hell. That's kind of my thought. Because it should be beneath this. And I can just start vertically digging down. That's kind of the thought and the plan. That's now a hype train. It needs 2 subscriptions or $6 in bits to level up. But, what's the secret to have such a good-looking beard? I don't have a beard, so I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. What? Why are you asking me about beards? I shaved 2 days ago. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Hey, look, you got Sentient Potato. Horrid, thanks for an additional 5. Hey, you got Scrumpet Sheep. I like Scrumpet. Scrumpet's good people. Too Tall Dad, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. Holy crap, everybody's waking up now. Hey, you got NetJam Jr. It's their 8th month. Their 8th month. Hope they're doing all right. I haven't seen them in a minute. Much generosity indeed. some otters. But chat room, I think now is potentially a good time for this. We've made some pretty great progress and had some pretty major losses today. If we go up, the arena is more or less done. I mean, there's still some digging that needs to happen. I kind of want to push it one layer further down. But the arena is more or less done. We just got attacked by a vile force of darkness. Great. The arena is pretty much done. And the Forgotten Beasts here are continuing to pile up. How many are we up to now? Not including the sheep, we're up to 20. 20 beasts. Which is a very good number of Forgotten Beasts. Which honestly, I think that's enough to dig too deep. So tomorrow we will be building a tower down into hell. And hopefully we can make a mess. And it should be a good time. Outside of that, should leave the game paused so nobody dies. We've obviously still got quite a bit of digging left to do. And for this area down here, hopefully soon, this will be full of demons. And a, siege weapon of some sort. So I'm going to save the game, and we'll pick this back up tomorrow. But the stream is not over. We're just going to go play some Star Sector. Which means I'm going to go fumble my way through and make a fool of myself, probably. I'm sure that'll be a great time. A great time indeed. As I click 2 scenes I didn't intend to click. The Vile Force of Darkness is just here to watch the fights. True, yeah, no, they're valued patrons. Thank you very much once again for the Hype Train chat. And queuing Green Tea with the chucking a sub at Not John. I was going to point that out. Someone had to do that one. And Tall Dad as well. Heroid, again, thank you. Or Horrid. I'm not sure how to say your name, actually. Is it Horrid or Horoid? I don't know. The one is throwing me off. But it needs 4 more subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up. Horrid? It is Horrid? Okay. I feel like if you put a 4 instead of a 1, I would read it as Horrid, but it looks like it's 2 eyes. I don't know. I'm not that fluent in leet speak these days. Everybody's giving me universal tips. So I'm on universal tip like number 5 now, Fun Police, in the YouTube chat. But let's get this started up while the hype train continues. Or ends. Either or. It's been your gamer tag for like 20 years. Ah, yeah, that's fair. I guess mine's been my gamer tag since 2009. Whenever League of Legends beta started was when I got this current username. If that says anything about me, I'm sorry. Not really. But that is when I got this name. All right.